Good evening, City Attorney. Glad you could join us from the beach.
I was on vacation, but
I know.
just not anymore, right?
Hey, City Clerk, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and begin? Good evening, everyone.
Recording in progress.
There we go. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the San Bruno City Council special meeting of June 1st, 2021. And we are calling the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Mason?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina? I see he's here, but his video is turned off. He may have stepped away. And Mayor Rico Medina.
Here. And now we'll go on to item number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. At this time, if there are folks in the audience that would like to speak, and again, our topic for tonight is our conducting the study session to review the city manager's proposed budget, operating and capital. So if you want to speak on that, that would be the next item. But this is for items that are not on the agenda. And we'll go ahead and if you could raise your hand at this time, and we'll have up to 3 minutes where we'll start to begin to call you in with the help of our city clerk.
First, we have Garo Bornushin.
Hi. Yes, I'm Garo Nutian. Hopefully you're hearing me. The audio is working on me. Nice to virtually meet everyone. I just wanted to ask a nice question of the City Council. I am a regular user of the Commodore Dog Park, which since COVID has hit, I believe they've turned off the water for the dogs as well as the water fountains for people. I've recently filed a request on the website, but I just want to share it also in this forum. If we could get the water running again for the dogs, like the bowls on the bottom, the little dispenser, because as the weather is warming up, it's kind of getting to the point where dogs are getting very thirsty, and there's not much we can do other than have tote in bottles of water. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe any of the health orders of San Mateo County prohibit this. At least other dog parks outside of San Bruno seem to have their water running fine. I've been to many other dog parks in the Bay Area. So just wanted to bring that up, and I understand, I'm not looking for a decision of the council, but just, can we make sure the staff investigate and take appropriate action? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and staff is here and has heard your inquiry. So thank you for being here, and thank you for letting us know. Is there any other members of the community? Not seeing any hands this time. We'll go ahead and move on to item number 4. That is the study session, which will be to conduct the study session to review the city manager's proposed budget for year 2021-2022. That is the Operating and Capital Improvement Program, CIP budget. And I will turn it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me just work our PowerPoint, and then we will be ready to begin. Okay, do you see the full slide? Okay. Good afternoon. Actually, I should say good evening. Good evening, Council. Javon Brogan, your city manager. And I am here with the wonderful pleasure to present to you the city manager's proposed budget. So I am joined here by Assistant City Manager Jennifer Brazell, Finance Director Kim Yu-sun, as well as all of our department heads who are here and able to answer any questions, and some of them will be given presentations tonight. So why don't we launch right in? The goal or the first objective tonight is for you to formally receive the proposed budget for the fiscal year 21-22. Let me begin by saying we've heard you. those of you that were on council last year and those of you in the public, and you said, cut down the slides. And so this last presentation was over 300 slides. We are now down to sub 200. Some of them we will go through quickly, but the point is to give you a high-level overview of the budget, and we have a top 10 that we'll go through. So this will be a little bit of a detailed presentation. We are not planning on giving you excruciating detail. So if we gloss over something that you're interested in, hold us up and bring us back. We're trying to strike that happy balance between giving you the comprehensive knowledge of the $193 million organization that is the city of San Bruno, but also doing that in a way where we're not going through things that you've already read that you don't have a question on. So hopefully we strike the right balance. We will give what we're calling departmental budget highlight presentations, and primarily departments will concentrate on things that are changing in their budget. For the most part, this is a status quo baseline budget with the exception of a number of enhancements. And so if you have questions about baseline, feel free to ask them, but we're really going to concentrate on the challenges and things that are changing, and then ask questions. Key point, this study session is purposely just a few days after you've received the over 500-page budget book. And so we are not expecting you to have gone through every page and know everything in detail. This is purposeful that we are giving this presentation, give you an overview, probably to channel some of your questions and answer some of those questions that I know some of you guys reviewed the budget book and have. And so ask questions. We will have, this presentation is really broken down in a few different sections, and we'll go through that in one short minute. What are our goals today? We really have four. We would like you to depart this room, this virtual room, if you will, with a deeper understanding of the organization's budget, and also with the knowledge of both our immediate and long-term financial challenges facing the general fund, as well as our enterprise funds, and have the ability to really articulate that to your constituents. The budget is sort of this amorphous thing that only those of us that care to dedicate the hours to it really do, but we want you empowered that when you have questions from your constituents about what are the city's priorities, where does it allocate its funds, why does it take so many tax dollars to keep the status quo going, that we're giving you the knowledge to do that. And we also keenly want you to leave this room feeling satisfied that either one, your questions have been answered, or two, that we will address them in one of our subsequent budget meetings. So ask the question. We will do our best to provide you with an answer. If we do not know the answer, we will pause and we will come back. Also recognize that while this is the second year we've done the virtual budget presentations, we will be a little hamstrung by the technology. We have 4 people in this room. We have our other department heads remote. And so there may be a little switch, a little delay deciding on who exactly will respond to your question, and will you please bear with us. So tonight's agenda, we really have 4 parts of this presentation. One is a high-level overview of the budget development process, sort of a ground setting, what brought us to where we are tonight with the budget and what comes after tonight's presentation. Then we'll go through the proposed budget and have a discussion in that. And we've structured this around what we're calling the top 10. We called it the top 10 highlights. We called it the top 10 items. We called it the top 10 things that we thought you wanted to know, but just accept it as the top 10. And maybe there'll be an 11 or 12, but we hope by sort of purposefully stepping through these top 10 that we address the most critical items. And then we'll have those departmental highlight presentations and then take any additional questions you have in discussion. I want to pause for a moment. We do have breaks built in after these sections. So after section 2, we have a break. And in the middle of section 3, we have a break. And I assume we will be taking a break after section 3. For public comment, we have envisioned that to occur between section 3 and section 4, so after we get through the departmental presentations. In prior years, some years we've gotten all the way through all of our departmental presentations and had time for council questions. Other times we have paused some way through the departmental presentations and address those at our next budget meeting. We're flexible. We're willing to do we're willing to do it either way. It really will depend on our dialogue and our engagement and the questions. And so while we want you to ask questions, we also know that the budget is it's everything, right? And we can go down every rabbit hole, and the more rabbit holes we go down, the longer the conversation will take. And so we want to have those high-level questions and then keep going through. So stop us if you have a question. Otherwise, hold it, and we will come back. Quick overview of the budget development process. I know council knows this, but for any members of the public that may be watching this now or later, each May, the city manager submits the proposed budget to the city council, and that's for both our operating and capital budget for the following fiscal year. We operate on a June to July fiscal year. All of the public meetings like the one we're having now in the council deliberations on other parts of the budget that happened before or after today are public meetings. And where we take public comment. Expenditures may not legally exceed the budgeted appropriation, so this is key, right? When I was starting my government career, a city manager dropped a budget on my desk and said the budget is the key to the city. If you want to understand what the city cares about, look at their budget. And then we also do quarterly and mid-year reviews. This is a long list. I won't go through everything, but know that we began this process in February with an internal budget kickoff where instructions were given to departments. We also had a number of sessions with the city council, your strategic initiatives, and it sort of seems like a long time ago, but we were setting those in March for adoption for this budget that will take effect in July 1. And I know some of you guys have even asked me, hey, we talked about that in March. Where are you at on it? Well, that was a new one, and that one probably isn't funded, or we're going to begin on that in this new upcoming fiscal year. March and April, the departments met with finance. April and May, they met with me. We had another strategic initiative session with council. On May 28th, you received your proposed budget, and we're here today with 3 subsequent meetings to follow, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So what were my instructions to departments? Status quo. Unfortunately, of the 2 of the 3 years I've been here, we've been doing status quo budgeting, which means that only enhancements that align to a city council priority focus area. A lot of those most important things that have not been able to be done likely won't be able to be done because unfortunately we just don't have the resources, and that is our reality, unfortunately. And so we began with the baseline and then built on for there. There was a number of analysis that went around the baseline. Baseline budget was limited to only increases for inflation or other contractual expenditures that we may have. Again, budget expenditures must align to a council priority focus area. And the last one here may seem simple, but it's really extremely important, which is the general fund reserve targets to be funded at their policy level. But another component there is our reserve balances, and especially our capital and equipment balances, are not where they need to be. And we'll talk in detail. And what that meant is while we have some needs, and while we may have money in our capital reserve, because our general fund is challenged, due to the city net loan and other pressures on it, we don't have the ability to allocate those funds out of those other reserves because we need to preserve cash. Because in times of challenge, cash is king, and you need liquidity. And we unfortunately been going through one of those periods where government always has to have money, and you always have to have the resources to protect the public and spend money when others don't have it. So the subsequent budget deliberations, so we have tonight our study session on the operating budget, council questions. We next have our budget hearing number 1. That will be a little bit of a repeat because it will be the first public hearing at a regular council meeting. And then if we do not get through everything today, we will have those presentations that we're not able to get through today on the 8th. We will again take and respond to questions. And then the very next day, that Wednesday, we have our presentation on the capital improvement program, the CIP budget, and then final deliberations and adoption on the 22nd. Council priority focus areas, you know these well, so I will not go through all 7 that are there. As you know, there are no priority order of preference, but they are all critically important, and there are strategic initiatives that underpin all of these, and many of them are funded in this budget. So now let's have that, or enter that second phase of our budget discussion, and let's begin with the top 10. So what is the top 10? The top 10 are these items. So I'm going to follow the old adage, tell them what you're going to tell them, and tell them what you just told them. And hopefully by the end, we'll all be there, and the budget will be transparent and clear. So first we're going to talk about the general fund baseline. What is the outcome between our regular revenues and our expense? Major items affecting our general fund baseline revenues. The major items affecting our general fund baseline expenditures. Next, we'll talk about continuing challenges and threats to the general fund. We'll go through the position summary. We'll talk about Measure G. We'll talk about ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act, literally the largest federal assistance since the New Deal, really helping us and all other municipal agencies out at this very tough time where we've been hit hard on the revenue side. Capital Improvement Program funding, we'll just give a highlight tonight. We'll talk about the funding for council strategic initiatives, and then we'll talk about the proposed budget enhancements. And again, that's above baseline. So we will step through each of these top 10, and each of the top 10 sections begins with this transition page that says number 1, baseline. This is our general fund baseline. What's the outcome when we do regular revenues over expenditures? And in this section, we'll be talking about some high-level budget stats, a general fund summary, and then a comparison to other cities. At some point really soon now, I will actually take my seat because this entire intro presentation, I'm going to tag team with our finance director, Yu Sun. And so while I transition to the next slide, why don't I do that? So at a high level, this slide is intended to tell you the size and breadth of our organization. And so while we feel like a small city, we're a municipal corporation, and our annual corporation budget is $193 million proposed for the coming 21-22 fiscal year. And I think the average resident doesn't realize that the city of San Bruno is nearly a $200 million corporation that provides services that they depend on every year. Our general fund is approximately a quarter of that, so $51 million. We have baseline 246 FTEs, and in the proposed budget that is before you, there are 104 capital improvement projects that are funded in some measure. Some of them are 1 year, some of them are multiple years, but all of them progress is planned to be made. And so now I'll turn it over to our finance director, Yu Sun, to take us through the next few slides.
Thank you, Bruno. Yu Sun, finance director. Here is a general fund summary. I want to draw your attention to the most right column, and the proposed budget. General fund will expect to have a revenue of $50.5 million and an expenditure of $51.1 million. That will leave us with a deficit of almost $600,000. At the end of the year, we're expecting to have just under $2 million of fund balance. This is a look of our general fund revenues and expenditures. Majority of the general fund revenues are coming from tax, like 24% from property tax, 20% from sales tax, and then motel tax is providing another 3%, and then some budget revenues. And departmental revenues are actually relatively bigger portion, about 14%. And then also we get transfers from other funds, that's about another 13% of the revenue. Expenditure-wise, 58% of the expenditures coming from public safety, that's the police and fire department. General admin takes about 11% of the expenditure portion. And then the next big one is community services, so that's about 14% of the overall general budget. This is a look of how we come up with the general fund balance according to the proposed budget. So is a true operating revenue. The revenue we gave you a moment ago is $50.5 million. That's actually including some transfers. I'll come to that transfers in the down below. Expenditures 51.1 million, and there's actually operating deficit at 1.2. So we're projecting the fund balance at 1.4 million. What's the variance between 50.5 million revenue and 49.9 million revenue? That's a $600,000 transfer we're proposing to transfer from Measure G to general fund. With that transfer, we're able to bring the general fund balance to 2 million. That's above our general fund balance policy, our target of 1.5.
Prior to enhancements and enhancement requests.
Oh, that's correct. Next section. So what are the major items affecting general and baseline revenues? In this section, we're going to talk about general fund revenue comparison with other cities. We're talking about property asset valuation, and then we'll also give you some general fund revenue highlights, and then also give you a general fund tax revenue summary. This is a comparison of our city's general fund revenue with some other peer cities in the county of San Mateo. As you can tell, San Bruno is really on the low side regarding all the general fund revenues. And also, the orange portion is our property tax. Information has told us that comparing with the county average, the San Bruno average property value is really on the low side. We're below the county average. That's why our property tax receipts are quite substantially below the other city in the county.
Yeah, and it's worth noting here that, for example, Burlingame, when you look at this orange column, which represents our property tax, we are 43,000 people. Burlingame is 30,000 people. So one, their total general fund revenue is more than ours, but their property tax is actually $13 million more than ours. And so when your constituents look at the resources that Burlingame is able to bear and how they're able to maintain their facilities, it's important to note that while they are a smaller city, their baseline revenue is significantly more than San Bruno's, and just on property tax, it's $13 million more. And so, as you all know, economic development and raising our assessed value is critical.
So we did a calculation of the general fund budget revenue per capita, and that's based on the number of residents in the city. San Bruno, the per capita general fund revenue, again, is on the low side. We're just slightly above $1,000 per resident. And most of the cities are above us. The only city which is below us is Dallas City. But bear in mind, Dallas City has a biannual budget budget period. So this year's budget is rollover from the previous year, so there's no change. So that number is a little bit slightly obscure.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that Daly City has 100,000 people. And so the revenue per capita is just skewed a little bit compared to these other cities, just basically because of their size as well. And this is one of the things when we say San Bruno has a revenue problem. We don't have an expenditure problem. We have a revenue problem.
And this is a trend look of the county property value increase. This is the county-wide, not just San Bruno. So the property value ever since the Great Recession of 2000 has been increased substantially, especially for the last especially after COVID. The countywide for the last year, property value increased by over 7%, and then 7% has been the consistent ratio of increase for the last 3 years. I would like to give you some general fund revenue highlights. Our property tax revenue is expected to increase moderately with the housing market to remain hot. How hot the market is going to continue at this pace, we don't know. That all depends on the supply and demand and interest rate. Right now, the interest rate is extremely low, so lots of people people are working from home, they're interested in purchasing residence, so the probably the housing market across the nation are hot, but the term of the heated housing market is yet to be known. Next thing is our sales tax revenue. Our sales tax revenue will be increased about 11%, mostly due to economic activity increase after the state fully opens as of the June 15th. And then the majority of our tax revenue also came just from a few major enterprises, including Walmart, and some other sales tax generators.
And so this 11% is abnormal compared to our other peers, and it fully reflects annually the property sales tax sharing agreement with Walmart.com and that revenue.
The unfortunate story of general fund revenue starts with TOT. Although our TOT revenue, that's the Transient Occupancy Tax, will increase about 72% in the next fiscal year, but that's compared to the current year. We're in an extremely low TOT revenue received this year. So even with that 72% increase, our TOT revenue is still going to be less than half of what we had received pre-COVID. The next biggest issue in our general fund revenue is vehicle license fees. Vehicle license fees will be 9% lower. We have been discussing this story several times, and recently I also saw the mayor's letter to advocate for the state assistance for the vehicle license fees. So basically, our vehicle license fees will be 9% lower next year because more schools are converting to the basic schools. The revenue funding basis for this vehicle license fee is way lower than before.
And we know that we've talked to council a lot about this, but know that while that revenue is lower, it is money that is due to us, and there is a coalition of cities in San Mateo County, as well led by the county, that are communicating with the state and have successfully received or tentatively have received reimbursement within the governor's proposed budget for the 1920 fiscal year. However, for the 2021 fiscal year, it's important to note that we, just in the city of San Bruno, lost $2.4 million due to the VLF decline. And so that money is due to us, and it's currently on a reimbursement basis, 2 years in arrear. And the mayor recently sent a letter to state legislators articulating on behalf of San Bruno, and there's a coalition of cities to try and get a statewide legislative fix to this, where we do not have to wait for that money to be reimbursed to us, but there's more of a guarantee in the fiscal year that the money would be due. So just know that while the money has been taken out of this budget, it is money that is due to San Bruno, and we are working hard with others to receive it.
Here is a look at the general fund revenue change by numbers. I'm not going to rehash all the ones we just talked about. Just want to point out the revenue card room fee. Some of the council member has had discussions on that, the card room fees in the past. So we are projecting a 14% increase of card room fees, but that's purely based on the arbitrary of those new requests of increasing their tables on 43 from 38 to 43. So that carries our revenue increase in that specific item by 14%. Our business tax expectation forecast is to remain about flat. We're only looking at a 1% increase on business tax revenue for the next fiscal year. All in all, the general fund revenue is going to increase. The tax revenue is going to increase by just 7%. From this extremely low year of receipts.
Worth noting that 7% is a little bit, or approximately just under $2 million.
This is the property tax breakdown. I'm sure you have seen this before, so I just like to re-emphasize that for every dollar of property tax at the state of San Bruno, we only get 15 cents. district, and the county. This gives you a look at our 25 largest sales tax generators in San Bruno. So I'm not going to reiterate, so I just list them up on the right column. They are alphabetical order, and they're not telling you which one's the biggest, which one's the lowest. But I don't think it's any use to you who is bringing out the biggest dollar amount of the sales tax. And the trend of sales tax, we do expect sales tax to increase, and then as we talk about sales tax, we anticipate to increase by 11% in the next fiscal year.
And I want to pause right here to just talk about JCPenney's because we have been asked before, how is JCPenney's doing, and are there any indications that they're going to close, and should we pull them out or reduce our sales tax projections because of what's happening with JCPenney's? Know that we do monitor that revenue from JCPenney's closely every quarter. I know that members of the council and some members of our community know that our local JCPenney's site is being sold and with 25 other JCPenney sites as part of the JCPenney's bankruptcy proceeding. We have been in touch with the individuals representing that sale. It is important to note that as a part of that transaction, there's the expectation that the new buyer will allow JCPenney's to continue to have a leasehold for approximately 4 years. And so there's no certainty that JCPenney's will continue to be operating here for 4 years or longer. We do know that is a part of the transaction that is envisioned, and so we have not carved out any revenue from JCPenney's in next year's budget. We will continue to closely monitor and know that is a typical transaction because the likely reuse of that site is a redevelopment, which will require re-entitlement, and so it is not uncommon for the current owner to ask for and receive a lease interest for a few years under the new owner as the new owner is going through their visiting and entitlement process. And so we are continuing to include JCPenney's in our sales tax revenues at the appropriate projections. And the number I said before, it's a $3 million increase in our revenues from 29.6 to 32.1. So even though it's only 7%, it is a $3 million increase, which is important as we talk about our long-term forecasts. Sorry.
This is a look of our sales tax and tell you how much sales tax we actually use. So that for anybody purchases stuff in the boundary of the city center, they pay 9.75%. Then 9.75% also includes the 6 cents increase authorized by the voters for Measure G. But of all the 9.75% paid as sales tax by a consumer, 62% goes to the state of California, and 23% goes to counties and special districts. Only 15% gets retained by the city of San Bruno. This is a look at the TOT contributors from within the boundary of the city of San Bruno. We have a total of about 12 hotels. So these are the number of rooms each hotel have by pie chart. TOT, as we talked a moment ago, continue to be down significantly. That's comparing with the pre-COVID level. We have, the city has authorized a 2% TOT rate increase, which took effect on January 1st, 2021. So right now the TOT rate is 14%, instead of 12% from prior. The TOT pre-COVID, that's the FY 18-19, that's the last pre-COVID year, we received 3.6 million in TOT for COVID. In the year after, we should get the 3 months of impact of COVID, the revenue dropped to 2.6. That's a $1 million difference. Obviously, most of the TOT revenue came in the last quarter of the month, as the tourism picked up. in this fiscal year, we're only going to receive about $950,000 in TOT revenue. That's still with a 14% TOT tax rate. In next year, we're asking about 1.6 million. Yes, we're picking up substantially over 950,000 we received this year. But this number, compared with the pre-COVID number of 3.6 in fiscal year 18-19, it's only about 44% of the pre-COVID level.
And this projection is based off the latest few months of increased hotel stays, even though we're 44% down. So we're 2 million down from the pre-COVID-19 number. And so I will pick it up now to talk about our major items affecting general fund expenditures. So we'll talk about some pressures on our general fund for expenditures. We'll give you a summary. We'll talk about pension costs, health and other insurance costs, as well as we will just give a quick highlight of our positions by labor union and when those contracts expire. So what are some of the pressures on our general fund operating budget? And it's both expenditure pressures and pressures from having a status quo budget. So CalPERS, rising pension costs, we will talk about that in just the next slide, but that has created over a $1.2 million challenge this year that had to be incorporated in the baseline budget. So baseline revenues went up by $3 million, but 1.2 were increased CalPERS costs. You can just see there how that constrains the budget. Increases in health and other insurance costs, as well as MOU changes that will be coming due in the coming fiscal year. And status quo budgeting. We all know this, but status quo budgeting means that we have reduced staffing, 24 positions, and with the recent cuts, we're not able to fully restore them. Status quo budgeting also means limited ability to enhance facility maintenance and infrastructure maintenance. I know council knows this well. I know the public knows this well. Unfortunately, we just don't have the funds and have not had the funds for quite some years to take maintenance to the level that the community and staff wants it to be. Significant backlog of our capital projects remain. And when we do status quo budgeting, that list doesn't increase or doesn't decrease. It actually only increases. And then, like we said last year, there are no easy decisions. We cannot afford to address all of our needs. And so I'll turn it back to our finance director to go through some numbers.
Thank you, Bruno. So with this slide, I would draw your attention to the 2021-22 proposed budget. So how do we come up with a 51.1 million budget? We come from a various departments, the general government, that's including city manager's office, council books, and finance, and HR, and the city attorney, which is going to be about 5.8 million. The biggest expenditure, of course, coming from food and fire. In total, they're going to take about 31 million of the total general fund budget. And then public works about 3.7, and community CED is about 3 million, and 7.8 million from community services. There's a negative number for non-departmental. These are the negative number is just a cost allocation added with the non-departmental expenditures. We charge some expenditures to the non-departmental accounts because those expenditures, such as animal service, they don't belong to any department, so they're getting charged there. So in all, we're going to see an expenditure increase from this fiscal year by 2% to reach a total of $51.1 million. Next slide. So.
Okay, so this is what we. I'm sorry. Can you?
Oh, okay.
I'll take this one.
Okay.
Pension. We mentioned pension. Pension costs are separated in two categories. A contribution to normal costs and a contribution to the unfunded actuarial liability, or what they call the unfunded liability. It's important to note the normal cost is paying for the benefit in the year that the employee accrues it. And so 3.9 million, essentially what that is that's paying for the benefit that our employees are accruing in the coming fiscal year 21-22 for their retirement. The unfunded liability is that our plans have a significant unfunded liability, and we have essentially what's called a UAL, an unfunded actuarial liability that spreads that liability over 30 years. Think of it as a mortgage. And so we have to pay down that mortgage. And so the payment on that unfunded liability is $7.9 million. And so that's an increase of $1.1 million. And you take the $1.1 million in the unfunded liability, and you add that to the increase in normal costs, that's the $1.2 million that I mentioned of just simple pension increase that has to be accommodated in the baseline. And the reasons for this are many, and we've talked about it at prior sessions in council. Feel free to ask questions because we can talk a lot about CalPERS, but we don't want to go there because we know we've had other forums to talk about that. And so pension costs.
Okay, pension costs, of course, this is just showing you the chart on the left side is an unfunded actual liability contribution. As you can see, it's been increasing annually, and this is looking by the plan, miscellaneous and safety plan. Miscellaneous is the orange section, safety plans on the is the red portion. There's also smaller CAPRA. After 2013, the state started a new plan, so some new employees that hired after that date on the CAPRA. But our membership in the CAPRA plans are so small, so they're not showing on this chart. And what I want to say a little bit more about unfunded actual liability. So where are they coming from? The unfunded actual liability mainly coming from two sources, and neither of them can be controlled by the city of San Bruno. One major source of unfunded liability is investment return. So every time when the pension return is below the expected return, that creates an unfunded liability because you're not meeting your investment target. This has been very evident since the start of the Great Recession. The helpers still have their pension and annually required rate of return set at 7%, used to be 7.5% and 8%. But as we all know, in the investment market, in a very diversified pension portfolio, the best return you can obtain for the next 10 years is mostly expected to be 5-6%. So we're going to see, as long as every year the investment return is below the required return of 7%, we're going to accrue additional unfunded actual liability. That's one contributor of unfunded actual liability. The second contributor is the assumption change. So the helpers will make assumption changes regarding the membership, salary increase, mortality rate, and then discount rate, inflation rate. All these contribute to the assumption change. When the assumption changes, sometimes we'll see a significant change in the unfunded liability, actual liability as well. We are expecting to see the city's contribution for the unfunded actual liability to increase this year for the next few years to increase year after year. The chart on the right side is the total contribution by the city of San Bruno. So the absolute dollar value is going to increase, and that's the bar. And then the line is the rate. Even though the rate, you can see, dips a little bit in a 2020, 25, 26 range, but our dollar value doesn't come up. So that's still going to be a pressure on our budget. Next page. Our health, and the other contributor for our expenditure pressure is the health and insurance costs. Our total health and other insurance costs will increase by 6% next year, a total of $370,000. General fund will take impact about over $360,000, and private funds are very small. They're only impacted by $23,000. So here is a look at the see the union contracts. As we all know, I'm sure you all know, our union contracts are to expire by end of this calendar year. And then we have about 6 members from the San Bruno Management Employee Association, 33 members from Mid-Management Funding Unit, 90 members from Teamsters, 15 from Public Safety, and then 28 from San Bruno Professional Firefighters Association, 45 from police, and then there's also 9 of unrepresented. So total impact is, total number of union members was unrepresented by 2026. And next I'll hand it over to Jerome.
Okay, I should go back. This is actually, it says budgeted positions, but it's actually, these are members as of today. Budgeted positions are 240. So, in section 4, we're going to talk about continuing challenges and threats to the general fund. So we'll talk about our long-range financial forecast. We'll talk about some of the challenges, and then we will address our reserves, as well as talk about how our capital program fund balances are a concern for our general fund. 4-year forecast. So this is another forecast. It has been updated. It is significantly better than the one you've seen before. The revenue in the expenditure line, because we cut so deeply, are coming into more alignment. What this also shows is that if we stay the course, revenues will begin to outpace our baseline expenditure projections. Now we know that there are more needs than we're able to fund, so that expenditure line will absolutely fluctuate in the future. But this forecast is based off of no change in service levels. It's also important to note that there are cost drivers for not only personnel, but all of our line items, contractual services built into the model. It is a very dynamic model that has assumptions built into it. It is also conservative for development projects. It's probably worth pausing here because I know as council members, you receive questions from constituents saying, hey, I've heard about that development. When are we going to start seeing those revenues? It's important, I think, as a high-level summary, when the project is entitled, and there will have been a lot of talk in the public even before it's entitled, but after it's entitled and the city council says, yes, your project, or the planning commission says, yes, your project is approved, there's typically a 6 to maybe 12-month time frame to get a building permit. And then for larger developments that are developed over a 2-year cycle, the county assessor reassess after each year. And so they will, let's take our recreation and aquatic facility as an example, even though we're not going to pay taxes on that. As a $50 million building, the first year, let's say we spend $25 million building that building. The county assessor will assess it if it was a private property at a $25 million value. And then after the second year of construction, assess it for $50 million. And so from the time the project is approved, it could be another 3 years before we see the full new property tax value revenue come in. And so it's a long game, right? And so we really need to stay the course. But in our long-range general fund forecast is starting to show that. Honestly helped because we cut so deeply due to COVID-19. And so challenges are expiring labor contracts, our collective bargaining agreements. We talked about that. The Stormwater Enterprise Fund, as the council knows, that fund is projected to be an additional $1 million negative next year. So if our current Prop 218 ballot process is not successful, then we will be coming back and developing strategies to address that $1 million operating shortfall. And that is unlike the city net deficit, which is larger at $15 million. The $1 million operating shortfall is a today problem, a problem that we will be forced to come back to the city council and grapple and how to solve that problem, either by cutting expenditures, cutting maintenance on our stormwater system, delaying projects, or absorbing that money through other sources that are not readily apparent. Talked about sitting at $15 million deficit. We have a presentation that is one of the departmental highlight presentations, so you'll receive information on that. Needed personnel investment, continued challenge. IT system maintenance, so there are a number of enhancement requests aligned to improving our IT infrastructure. We have a number of systems that are end of life, a number of systems that are no longer supported, and frankly, systems we need to invest in so we are a more efficient organization, and so those are in the budget. One of them is a significant, it's a $2 million system. It's our enterprise resource system, the financial backbone that runs our entire organization is in need of replacement, and we'll be talking about that. Our vehicle and equipment fund, vastly underfunded, but we're not able to actually even draw significantly from that fund due to our reserve and the pressure on our reserves due largely to the city net deficit. And again, the continued challenge with status quo budgeting means that, unfortunately, the same conditions can continue, and we're not able to, we're able to address them in a piecemeal fashion, but really not how we as staff and we know the city council wants to address them. And so now we will talk about our reserves, and I will turn that into our finance director, Shin Yu-sun.
Thank you, Jamal. So in next fiscal year, so what do our reserve look like? Like we talked about a minute ago, and general fund reserve fund balance is actually just a shy of $2 million in the first line. General fund reserve is actually our savings account, and our policy requires to have 20% of annual budget expenditure amount. So we'll end up with next fiscal year about $12.3 million, just one shy of below $12.3 million, which is actually lower than our 25% requirement. If you do remember, in our proposed budget, we talked about that the general fund expenditure is $51.1 million. 25% of $51.1 million is actually close to $12.8 million. So we're about $500,000 less than the policy requirement on our savings account. That's general fund reserve. We also have another called general fund capital reserve. We require to have a $5 million balance in that. So next year we're actually looking pretty good. It's $9.3 million. If you recall, we received the $4.5 million from YouTube. That money is actually a one-time money. We put it into the capital reserve. This reserve account is also called one-time initiative. So we put that's where the money and the balance increased so much from the previous year. I believe the previous year in 19 and in the last budget session, we're expecting the reserve for that item is under $5 million.
Right. And it's important to know that the city council knows that we've talked about that money, the $4.5 million community benefit going to the Aquatic and Rec Center to fully fund that budget. That is in your capital improvement budget. It is showing here in fund balance because that money is projected to be spent in year 2, so in 22-23. So that's why it remains here in fund balance. And then as the finance director said, projected to go back to the roughly $5 million that it was before that 4.5 was deposited in there.
Thank you, Jamal, for clarifying that. The last of our general fund unrestricted reserve is the emergency disaster fund. We are going to expect our balance to be $2.7 million, which is still below our target of $3 million.
Yeah. It's important to note here that the estimated fund balance of just under $2 million reflects the roughly $1 million that we spent to repair the hillside at San Bruno Avenue in near Glenview where we had the slide. And so prior to that slide, we did have $3 million and met the reserve target. We had an emergency, declared an emergency, had to fix the hillside revenue. However, the new revenue that you see in here is roughly $750,000 because the city attorney has been able to negotiate for a insurance reimbursement of a portion of that $1 million. And so we know that approximately $750,000 has already been designated as reimbursable, so we are projecting that as revenue in the 21-22 fiscal year. And so we can talk about that more, but that is why that line item does go up, and that's why we're not at the policy target. It's also worth noting here that we had projected to use our emergency disaster fund for our COVID-19 expenditures, but thankfully because of CARES and because of the Walmart sales tax sharing agreement and that revenue that we received in the current fiscal year from that agreement, we did not have to draw from our emergency disaster fund for our COVID-19 expenditures. And so that's why that balance is really only less of the $1 million that we had to spend on the Crestmore slide.
So all in all, we have about $26.3 million as a general fund unrestricted reserve. But we have two large deficits in the city's account. I think these deficits coming from enterprise funds. There's no other way to cover the enterprise fund but to take the general fund reserve. So we're seeing a $14.6 million of deficit from CityNet. We are also going to have another deficit from stormwater fund by just over $1 million. The total unrestricted reserve net of those deficits dropped to $10.7 million. That's the total $10.7 million the city can allocate without any restriction. And of course, we have another equipment reserve. That's the set-aside money city having put over the time to replace our aging equipment, aging vehicles. As of, this equipment reserve is going to be about $3.4 million at the end of this year. I just want to bring out to attention. Typically, the city tries to have every department allocate some money to equipment reserve. But as a budget savings, that budget stabilization method, we haven't really done that for the last 2 years, including this the next upcoming fiscal year, because this will just cause more strain on the department budget.
Yeah.
In total, the net general fund reserve is about $14.1 million.
And so it's worth pausing here just one more time. And I don't want to take a lot of time, but former Finance Director Keith Martini and I added this presentation about eight years ago because, about 2.5 years ago for our 19-20 budget. Because while we meet the reserve target, in reality, the city net services deficit has utilized all of our general fund reserve. So the general fund reserve, as the Finance Director mentioned, by policy target should be a little bit more than what's shown there. So it should be roughly about $12.7 million. Yeah. So the city net deficit, essentially you use your entire general fund reserve on the city net deficit. So in order to have cash liquidity, what this shows is that we have to use our other unrestricted reserves and our equipment reserve in order to make sure we have that $12 or $14 million should something happen. Which is why, even though we have a $3.3 million equipment reserve, we're being extremely conservative on expenditures out of our equipment reserve because it's essentially our liquidity. The same thing is true for our other unrestricted general fund reserves. Included in that is our capital reserve. It is our liquidity. It is our safety net. It's extremely important to know that. And this also includes the Measure G fund balance. Having some fund balance in Measure G is a part of those unrestricted reserves, so it helps us. And so that's an extremely important point that is critical, and this portrait is critical. And we've shown it for the last 2 budget cycles, and we'll continue to do that. The other sort of point I want to note here really quick is that if you went through the budget in detail, we'll talk about it in a little bit. We're due to receive the ARA, American Rescue Plan Act revenues in June, so this current fiscal year, and in June of next fiscal year. So you'll see a fund balance of $6.9 million ending balance. That is not included in these reserve numbers. We cannot, by Treasury policies, put that ARA money and count it as a part of our reserves. And so when you look at the total numbers, sort of large numbers, you'll see, well, where's that 6.9? It's not in these numbers. And so it's important to note that it can't be in these numbers. And we cannot use those funds to help solve this problem. Okay, can you please continue?
Okay. So this is just to summarize all the funds we can use for capital programs. Part of the general fund reserve is for capital. That's $49.4 million, as we talked about in earlier slides. And we also have some money for a development impact fee, which the city implemented in 2019. Right now, next year we're expecting the balance of that account to be $176,000. We also have another little bit over $1 million from gas tax, and then $1.6 million from Measure A, and then about $715,000 from Measure W. These are the money we can use for capital projects. In total, there's about $12.9 million.
Yeah, but this is also here to note that while there is $12.9 million, again, when we talk about the general fund capital reserve, last year that was $5 million. It's only a little bit over $9 million because of the YouTube community benefit money that is in the CIP budget to be expended on the RAP to close that budget. And so you can really take that 4.5 out of this for sort of long-term portrait. And it's also worth noting that a gas tax fund balance of $1 million and a Measure A fund balance of 1.5 and a Measure W fund balance of $700,000 is not a lot of money. It doesn't give you a lot of money to pave roads and utilize those funds for larger projects. And so this is also in conjunction with having a fund balance in Measure G. Our go-to, if we're doing a road project that, let's say, hits something and it's $500,000 over budget, right? We're going to go to these fund balances and pull from there. And so these funds, this is here under continuing challenges, because fund balances these low are concerns to the general fund. And we all know how expensive road projects are and some of our other capital improvement projects. And we're just not able, you'll see when we go through our capital budget that we use our gas tax. We use it for gas tax eligible staff that do street work, as well as we use it for projects. Same thing with Measure A and Measure W. We use those for projects. So the annual revenue comes in and gets spent. And we just don't have enough to hold a significant amount in fund balance. And that is a concern. Okay, let's talk positions. We'll give a historical portrait since 1999, so we're going back a little bit over 20 years. We will give a 4-year position history by fund. We'll do a summary of our full-time positions, and then we'll give a summary of the reductions in the proposed restoration. So let's go through this. The brown line is our population, moderately increasing over the last 21 years or 22 years. But our FTE line has gone in the wrong direction. So significant reductions, both after the dot-com bust, as well as the Great Recession. So we clearly see it. Cuts that happened for the my mouse is freezing a little bit. Cuts that happened at the dot-com bust, not fully restored. Cuts that happened after the Great Recession, just got to be fully restored. Now we're back down due to COVID-19. And so the sort of general conversation that you hear of, and that I know a lot of you guys know, that there are fewer FTEs now than there were 20 years ago. And the city does not have the personnel resources to keep up with the demands. And we all know the demands and the needs are much greater than now than they were 20 years ago because the same infrastructure has aged. And so this is our personnel trend. And it is why we are looking to use some of the federal have to restore some but not all, as well as use a portion of Measure G to restore some key positions. So this is where we are, sort of on a trend line. As our population has increased, we have at this point not recovered and are just about less than 10 positions away from where we were at in 2011 at the Great Recession. So in raw numbers over the last 4 years, 264 FTEs. Right now, baseline budget 243. 168 are in the general fund. Less than half of an FTE in special revenue. Internal service, IT, central garage, building and facilities, 15 positions, or 15.5. And our enterprise funds, city debt, water, wastewater, and some stormwater allocations, 59. Pie chart summary, largest FTE count is, of course, our police department and our fire, our two 24-hour operation departments. General government, 23, that's your administrative services, city manager, finance department, IT department. Actually, IT isn't internal services. It's finance and city manager, HR, city clerk, and city attorney. City net services, our water-related enterprises, 40 FTEs, important to note. And it's also important to know that it's shown separately here, but public works engineering, 11.5. If you're looking at the total for our public works, you have to take the 11.5 and add it to the 40 for stormwater. So our public works department is just over 50 FTEs. Community services, 25, CED 12. So high-level summary, pre-COVID, 265 positions, a reduction of 23 positions, or 24 positions, I'm sorry, my words are wrong, the board's right. 24 positions reduced last fiscal year, 8 eliminated, 16 frozen. We are recommending the restoration of 12, leaving 12 to be not restored, and proposed new enhancement of 6 FTEs tied to key strategic initiatives, as well as in significant or a number of these positions in our building and planning departments, and tied to council strategic initiatives for economic development and fire prevention and wildfire protection. So we'll go through all these. Okay, proposed use of general fund of Measure G revenue. Why don't I pause here? I know we've been talking for just over an hour. How are we doing, council? Are we doing okay?
I see a very attentive and engaged council.
All right, no eyes nodding, no one pulled out the pillow. Thank you. Okay, so we're on section 6. So this is our top 10. Measure G revenue, proposed expenditures. We'll give an overview of the Measure G. We'll talk about the proposed uses in the current year and the proposed uses in the upcoming year. I'm noticing that upcoming year should say 21-22, not 2021, but that's a typo that we'll correct later. And then the proposed funding plan for positions. So council knows this. We'll go through this really quick. Absent district sales tax measure operates differently than our regular sales tax, not charged on the same thing. It is by legal definition a use and transactions tax. We can talk more about that, but I know you've heard that before. Took effect April 1, 2020. We have our Citizens Revenue Measure Oversight Committee. They have not met on these proposed expenditures. We are attempting to schedule a meeting with them the 3rd week in June. And so know that they will meet and by your action time provide you with a recommendation. Initial projected revenue, important to note, was $4 million, right? And then COVID hits. And so we are experiencing, of course, reduced revenue. So the first year it took effect really right at the beginning of COVID-19, if you will, and at the tail end of the 19th fiscal year. So we were actually projecting to receive I believe the number was $850,000 that year, and we only received $150,000 in 1920. And then in the current fiscal year, the revenue projection, which we're going to meet, is $2.9 million. It's important to note that these are actually helped by construction as a use and transaction tax. During COVID-19, we had Walmart doing tenant improvements. I think nearly $20 million of tenant improvements. Now, not all of that are materials that are delivered to the site, but when materials are delivered to the site, we do get that use and transactions tax. So construction does help us with Measure G revenue. And so the revenue that we will be projecting, or that we are projecting in the coming fiscal year is $3.5 million, so $500,000 shy of what the annual projection was. So in the current budget year, there was a total of $2.6 million of expenditures. As you know, unfortunately, due to the rapid decline in general fund revenues and the need to cut deeply, but wanting to preserve some critical positions, we did utilize $2 million of Measure G in 2021. There was also sign replacement, partial funding for a parks manager enhancement, a pool facility HVAC repair, and street light pole program funding, leaving a projected ending fund balance of $462,000. We're high level here. Know when we go into the capital improvement program, we'll get details about these capital improvement projects. So for the next fiscal year, you begin with the beginning fund balance of $462,000. You add the revenue projection, and then our projected expenditures are as follows. So $1.4 million in capital improvement road projects, $300,000 tied to a enhancement request, also tied to a council strategic initiative for implementation of our downtown streetscape. Employee position funding of $804,000. Contribution to the general fund balance of $600,000, as we talked about, to bring that initial fund balance to $2 million. And so proposed uses of $3.1 million, leaving an ending fund balance of $858,000. And so we are planning to work with the Measure G committee and our engineering staff for additional road projects to fund the Measure G, should there be that remaining balance of $857,000. It's also important to note that when we, again, talked about having sort of pots of financial resources to use, we don't want to deplete the Measure G fund balance to zero, so having some level of fund balance there is important. It's not the type of fund where we need a reserve target for, because it doesn't fund those types of expenditures, but it is important to have some revenue there that if there's a critical need or a special project, or if we get a grant and we need a grant match, right? We have a source to pull that money from. So we'll be further analyzing the remaining fund balance and developing a recommendation and talking to the committee about it. So next, let's talk about positions, and I'll give a high level of these positions, but my point here in talking through the positions is to actually talk through the financials and the recommended structure to provide some enhanced services to the community and restore a portion of those positions, but do it in a way where, one, it is financially sound and the fund does not bear those costs in perpetuity. And so what we've created and are proposing is essentially a 3-year funding plan to fund these 7 positions from Measure G, where in year 1, so let me take us through this chart and just provide a little orientation. So these are the 7 positions. It's the economic development manager, a police officer, a firefighter, a fire inspector, a public works maintenance worker, a parks maintenance worker, and additional part-time money for the library because we cut their part-time budget due to COVID-19, and as they return services, they need their part-time budget. And we will go through what all of these are and there's a cost of each of these positions in the in 2021 dollars, and then there's the amount that we're budgeting in 2021. Important to note, for some of these positions, for example, our economic development manager position, fully loaded, is $174,000. However, we're only budgeting $117,000. That's because there's recruitment time. We know that that position is not going to be filled and funded on July 1. There will be a 3 to 4 month recruitment process for the position. So based on the recruitment plan, we're only budgeting $117,000. However, for some of the positions, like our police and our firefighters, we know that there are academies. We know that there are fire academies actually beginning really soon, and police we have an open and continuous recruitment for police officers, and they believe that if the position is restored, they can fill it almost immediately. As well as, and so for the inspector, same thing, not budgeting it at full amount due to recruitment, et cetera. And so the way the methodology is in year one, so 2021, Measure G would pay 100%, and it would decrease by 33% for each of the next 2 fiscal years. So by the 4th fiscal year, 24-25, Measure G would be paying nothing, and the pickup is essentially picked up by the general fund baseline. And so the general fund baseline is picking up essentially 33% each year, or roughly $300,000 to $350,000 each year. So by 24-25, the general fund is paying the full cost of the positions. And so what this math shows is that over this 3-year cycle, for these 7 position restorations, Measure G would pay approximately $1.7 million, and the general fund would pay $1.9 million. But after 3 years, the general fund is bearing the full cost. And so that's a gradual ramp up, and we know based on our projections and based on what we're seeing this year with $3 million of regular baseline revenue growth, essentially what we're including in the long-range forecast is to gradually build these positions back over 3 years. And so it's a way to both provide some restoration and services now, but also do it in a manner where we're not living off Measure G in perpetuity for these positions and slowly build it back to the general fund. So with that, I'm saying nod, so people are following, so I'll keep going. And so now,
Mr. Mayor?
So I've been mindful of, there it is. We have 2 folks, Councilmember Mason's had her hand up, and then Vice Mayor, Councilmember Mason.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask whether this budget for Measure G has already gone through the committee, and if so, where that's available to view.
So we have not gone to the committee. We are scheduling a meeting with the committee in the 3rd week of June, and we will bring that to the council.
Okay. I know that there was some questions last year raised by one of the committee members around using these funds for salaries. So that's going to definitely be, I think, a conversation as we move forward with this budget.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you. An hour and 20 minutes into this presentation, and I was wondering when we were going to be able to step in and ask some questions. We could wait longer if that's the preference, but this usage of Measure G funding is pretty important. And should I have my questions now, or do we wait for later? Particularly, I'm looking at sheet B9 from our proposed budget, and my first question would be, if we're receiving $4 million from ARPA funding, and we're only having $1 million of that spent in this budget, and we're also spending $1 million in Measure G, why go to Measure G when ARPA seems more appropriate? in my view.
Sure. Absolutely. Councilmember Medina, let me first address the first thing you said, which is an hour and a half in, just now able to ask a question. I'm sorry, I thought we were clear in the beginning. Ask a question. Raise your hand. Don't have to wait. We want you to ask questions. So if you have any questions that you felt like you didn't get to ask, know that we're open to questions and we want you to ask them. With regard to your question about why utilize Measure G versus going to ARP, American Rescue Plan Act funds, we can talk about that. I'll do it briefly, really quick, by just also highlighting that there are position restorations that are recommended for the American Rescue Act, and the total amount, this is a 4-year ramp down due to those expenditures have to be committed by December 31st, 2024. And so in the recommendations we have here, of the total $8 million that we're receiving to restore the general fund, we are recommending at this point $5.7 million, and so that leaves $2.2 billion unallocated of ARPA funds. So absolutely, the City Council could request to utilize the unallocated ARPA funds for those restorations. We did propose a balance between the American Rescue Funds and Measure G, as though to, for example, through the proposed budget, we are restoring 2 police officers, 2 firefighters. So there's 1 police officer from Measure G, 1 police officer from American Rescue Act money, 1 firefighter from American Rescue Act, one police officer. So of the total position restorations, there is 1.7 million, so call it 1,750,000 proposed to come from Measure D. Absolutely, the council could direct that we utilize the ARPA funds, and so that would do 2.2 minus 1.75, and there would be sufficient money to do that and leave the Measure G unallocated for positions should council so direct. The proposed budget does a balance, but that is absolutely something that can be done.
Continue. That's fine. I just wanted to chime in there. I'm really, I guess I feel that even though Measure G had a wide range of items that funding could have been spent for those different items, I'm just hesitant on just saying yes. I guess how much, and this is really difficult, and I do appreciate the effort in putting together a complicated budgeting plan and to address the easing off of that reliance. In that 3-year plan is the intent that some of that funding would be reallocated back and those funds would be replenished. I guess that's my first question.
So we have not included funds to replenish Measure D for these proposed expenditures or the $2 million that were used in the current year. And that's not that there's not a desire. Unfortunately, there's actually just not the revenue to do that. We are, even with baseline expenditures, we need an allocation from somewhere to support our general fund balance. And so there's not the surplus revenue at this point to begin a repayment plan, and that is not proposed at this juncture.
That's a good answer. So when we first tapped into Measure G, as COVID was spiraling out of control and there were so many unknowns, I think the council exhibited restraint, and as we're getting out of as the future is looking brighter with the less impact of COVID, I just wanted to still it feels it's more appropriate to be using the ARPA funding, since it's directly related to the reasons why we have shortfalls in to pay for those positions. Switching on over to new conversation about Measure G, how much funding, and I think it's probably very little, has been spent on actually the roads, the sidewalks, the things that most people that I've spoken to identify should be spent being fixed by Measure G.
So I just went back to the allocations in the current budget 2021. And so in the current budget, there were no allocations for Measure G revenue to go towards street rehabilitation projects. If you'll recall, when we adopted this budget, there was council did ask staff to, should there be projects that need additional funds to look toward Measure G, so some Measure G can go to road projects. When we have our detailed CIP presentation, what you will hear and know is that all of our road projects that were funded in 2021 did not move forward. And so we will actually be rolling over those fund balances to the next fiscal year. And so we actually, because of our staffing, we are down, I believe, 3 engineers, but 2 that would work on these road projects. We were not able to move forward with our regular street rehabilitation and road projects in the current fiscal year. And so that money will be rolled forward and put with this proposed allocation of $1.4 million, so we can do road projects with both last year's money and this year's money in next fiscal year 2021. And so we can turn to that page in the budget to see the total, but why don't I find that total and provide that to you, the prior year amount for the work that wasn't done with all the new allocations. But there are substantial funds that are dedicated to street projects that we're looking to make progress on in 2021 that we were unable to make.
That's a good answer too. I just didn't want to hold back the question because they're connected, and it's a difficult process, and the last comment that I'll bring up is the funding of the $600,000 from Measure G to go to fill in a hole. I without knowing specifically what hole it's filling, I'm not really in favor of that. Of specifically what projects, is it just to have the money in the reserve? I'm not comfortable with that. So those are my comments for now.
Okay. And staff can take a number of look at that. At the end of the day, it can certainly be allocated to key projects or items to fund. Mr. Mayor, I'm seeing hands. Are there more?
Yes, there are. Councilmember Mason and Councilmember Hamilton, please.
So just sticking to Measure G for a moment, I'd have to watch it again, but my recollection is that council did direct the use of those funds, and that the response for street repair, and that staff came back and said that there was an allotment that needed to be saved for what I don't remember the exact reason, but I believe council then instructed or directed the city manager to use whatever was remaining for street repair. So that something went to street repair, which was what was advertised for Measure G to pass. So, so what I'm hearing is that it sounds like some of this money, there was some money and it's getting rolled over to this year. And I just want to make sure that that's right, that something from last year is going to street repair in the first year that Measure G was actually implemented. And then my second question is that this actually goes back a few slides, but the amount of money that had been needed for the short-term rentals to start, is that just, have we just not gotten to that? Because even if it's $100,000 as a revenue stream, that pays for that part-time library assistant that we just saw. So I am curious to know where we are with that in the budget and what the plans are for the short-term rental revenue to start coming in.
Sure. Let's back up really quick. So with the Measure G approval last year, Council did request that staff work with the committee to identify road projects that could be used for the projected fund balance. What staff articulated is we would do that. We also wanted to wait to see how Measure G revenue was coming in because while we felt comfortable with the projections, we wanted to make sure that there was going to be sufficient fund balance to go toward additional projects. None of the road projects, our engineering staff can correct me, none of our street projects that were even funded in 2021, the current fiscal year, moved forward due to staffing concerns. Staff worked on water, sewer, and other grant initiatives like acquiring the $1.2 million grant for the Spyglass Stormwater Project, as well as many of these projects were led by the former director. The former director spent a lot of his time over the last 12 months engaged in the stormwater effort. And so, rationale being, it is what it is. None of our street projects moved forward, and so there wasn't a project to go back to allocate Measure G funds to accomplish. And so the residual fund balance of $462,000, and I believe we articulated this then, actually doesn't get you much in a street rehabilitation project, and so it was envisioned to be an add-on to like a slurry seal project where we would slurry an additional room. But because we didn't do any additional project, there was nothing to add on to. And so what we're looking to do is to take what was allocated in this fiscal year, which is being rolled over, add $1.4 million to it here from Measure G, and execute those projects in 21-22. In addition, there's another $865,000 in fund balance where we could apply a portion of that to additional projects. But we sort of candidly, I think, with our staffing shortages and both not having at this point a permanent public works director and one of the deputy directors serving as the interim director, our ability to execute on this 1.4 plus what we're rolling over is going to be a challenge because we're also down 2 engineers that will work on these projects. And so we have some work internally to do to be able to execute on those projects. And I would actually say that is sort of our most critical issue right now is staffing up or contracting out and being able to execute on the money that we already have budgeted and this 1.4 that we're proposing to allocate in addition.
Councilmember Hamilton? Or I'm sorry.
The short term. Just the second part of the question around the short term.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, short-term rentals. So why don't I stop the talking and I'll have our city attorney, Mark, pop on to talk about short-term rentals. So council knows that short-term rentals was a project that was led. It's actually three of our departments are involved, both our community development department, our finance department, and our city attorney's office. Mark, will you come on and just talk? I know that there's the conversation about HDL, but will you give an update on the legal framework and where we're going to reach out to the host platforms with council?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So there's a couple of aspects of this that are interrelated and somewhat complex and have required collaboration between a variety of departments that are engaged in many other matters, I guess is the short way to put it. So the first aspect of this is that platforms under our ordinance should be required to remit the tax directly to the city. And so thereby obviating the need to go after all of the individual hosts. However, the related portion of that is that our consultants that we've been working with on that particular issue are recommending that that they be retained to recover the tax from the individual hosts and not necessarily from the platforms. So the finance department, in the midst of all of their budget preparations, have been trying to work with our consultants to figure out what is the right answer to that question. And that question has not yet been fully answered at this time. So staff is still trying to evaluate what is the best process to recover the tax. And then the third part of this that's interrelated is the regulatory compliance. And by that I mean not paying the TOT. That's not what that refers to. Instead, that refers to the compliance with the city's regulatory ordinances that the city council adopted to make sure that there's an application and that the fees, not the taxes, but the fees that are paid for compliance with that ordinance are paid as part of the ongoing process of reviewing those rentals. So there is really quite a bit of work that has been required to tilt that program up in both finance and community and economic development. And while there has been some progress made, it has not been completed.
Okay. Councilmember Hamilton, please. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem. So this started out as a question, and now it's more of a opinion and statement, given what was already said in the answers to the questions from the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Mason. I think that we should be leveraging the ARPA funds instead of Measure G wherever possible, especially for salaries. Measure G was sold to the voters primarily with the message that the funds would be used to fix the roads, and the purpose of the ARPA funding is to make us whole again after from the losses that we suffered through the pandemic. I completely agree with the strategy to transition funding for those positions from the one-time funds gradually over to the general fund over a multi-year time span. I think that's very smart. But I think that ARPA needs to be the place that we start with to fund those positions. My other question went back to the slide where you were showing the multi-year revenue and expenditure projection, and I was wondering, I know that those projections are conservative, but I just want to confirm that they at least in part account for all the new revenue sources we are working to put in place. The user-fee increase, short-term rentals like we just discussed, cannabis, all the other sources of revenue that we're exploring. Is at least some of those expected revenues factored in when you look at that long-term projection?
Sorry, we were on mute. Thank you for your question, Councilmember Hamilton. The answer to your question is no. So the anticipated future revenues from policy items that have not yet been taken are not included in the forecast. For cannabis is the best example. We have not included cannabis revenue in our long-range forecast because we have not yet had the conversation and the decisions on what cannabis businesses are we going to allow, where will they be, are we doing retail only, how many retail permits, are we doing cultivation, where, et cetera. There's so many decisions that are built into that policy setting conversation that we have not projected in revenue for those policy decisions that have yet to be made. With regard to short-term rentals at $100,000 projected, I do not know if that's in the out years. I know that it's not in the 21-22. I do think that we can update the forecast and put it in the out years because that has been a policy decision that has been made and we're working on implementation of it. So I hope that's an answer to your question.
How about the user fees?
User fees, yes. So master fee schedule revenue has been included in the 2021 budget and in the out years. So the new user fee schedule that is a part of the proposed budget and that you are set to act on when you act on the proposed budget are included. The council has provided direction on the level, and we included those.
Got it. Thank you.
Just on, I know we're maybe coming up on 2 hours, and council, yes, we will be taking a break, so no worries there for everybody. And again, first, it is a complicated process and budget, and I just as a reminder too, so I appreciate staff bringing things forward. Measure G is one of those items you're looking at what can be done and how do we achieve and continue to move and grow. Going back to the ballot measure, to my knowledge, it was, shall the city of San Bruno's measure to fund city services / facilities such as neighborhood police patrols, fire prevention services, urban wildfire protection, crime suppression, investigation, pothole, street repair, increasing parking supply, upgrading park and other city facilities. So it certainly is in there. So I certainly don't want to say to staff they shouldn't give us these options and they shouldn't bring forward these ideas and various opportunities for us to figure out what might be best or not. So I did want to mention that. And then city manager, let me ask, because I don't see any more hands up at this moment. What would you like to do? Would you like to proceed further? Do you want to, when do you wish a break? You tell me.
If council wants a break, we will take a break. But staff would like to proceed forward, and when we proceed forward, whether we take a break or not, what I would like to do is go through the next section, which is the ARPA funds, talk through that, talk through the positions that are recommended there, again at a high level, because we're going to go through it at the department level for the department to articulate a little further. But then also just come back, because if we have the majority of council that wants to provide some direction on removing the Measure G positions and utilizing the ARPA funds, there we can do that and bring you back an option that aligns with that. So if that's okay, I'd like to go forward and then revisit that question.
Okay, so you'd like to just discuss the ARPA funds and then have more dialogue in regards to that, and then Measure G, and then is that what you like, Juwan? Okay, then please proceed.
Really? Okay, so in the American Rescue Plan Act section, we'll give an overview. We'll talk about the proposed uses. There are capital improvement projects that are projected to be funded with American Rescue Plan Act funds, as well as positions, and then we'll get a summary. So allocation to San Bruno, $8,057,480. Maybe there's some rounding in there, but that is the number based on the federal allocation. Paid in 2 installments. The first installment is due this month in June of half, so a little bit over $4 million. The next is due in 2022, and I mentioned this before, but essentially between now and next fiscal year, we will receive all of the revenue and have to expend it by 12/31/26, but it has to be obligated by 12/31/24. Summary of eligible uses are there. Respond to the COVID-19 emergency and address economic effects, which is what we've been can pay ability there. There is also the ability to essentially cover the revenue loss that you've experienced from COVID-19, and we'll talk about that, as well as the specific ability to use it on investments for water, sewer, and broadband. I want to now ask our finance director to take us through this slide because there's an analysis spelled out by the Federal Treasury on how to calculate your revenue loss for American Rescue Plan Act monetary uses. So,
thank you for that. So first, there is a spelling error on the first bullet. The ARPA is not ARH. Sorry about it. We'll correct it when I go. That's okay. So less than about a month ago, the Treasury Department came out with a guideline to calculate the revenue loss. Basically, the reason for the calculation is all agency received ARPA funding can use the money to restore services, which is caused by the revenue loss in COVID period. The guideline is that we use the pre-COVID year, which is the fiscal year 18-19 general fund revenue. That's pure operating revenue minus any kind of reimbursement or transfers. And to calculate using an increased rate of 4.1%, that's the base percentage decided by the Treasury Department for all the historical increase for the last 3 years, if our rate is higher. And we calculate our rate. Our rate is actually 5.38%, so our rate is quite a bit higher than the baseline Treasury Department provided. So we calculated using the baseline revenue from general fund as of 18-19, which is a 46.7 million, and then increased at a 5.38% annually, and then to compare with the budget or forecast to see how much revenue loss we're actually having. Either some of the numbers, the 18, 19, 20 numbers are the actual numbers, and the 2021 numbers are close to actual, but in the other years are either the budget number or the forecasted number. So for the last 2 years, meaning the COVID era from fiscal 1920 to 2021, we're actually calculating our loss in general fund revenue is 13.2 million. But up to the fiscal year 2022-23, our cumulative loss will be actually close to $27.5 million. Based on that formula, what we receive from ARPA funding is substantially lower than we're actually incurring as a revenue loss. So with that, I'll hand the presentation back to the
So at a high level, when your constituents ask how much revenue have we lost from COVID-19, today it's over $13 million. And we're projecting nearly a $30 million loss or $27.5 million loss until fiscal year 22-23. And so that's important, right? And so because we have essentially lost more than we were allocated, we can use that full allocation for eligible expenditures. And our administrative process to do that is actually made smoother. However, you may remember that I said earlier, we just can't put that money into our reserves because that's actually prohibited. And so even though our loss is greater than the money we receive, our expenditures still have to lie to the Treasury, the expenditures outlined in the Treasury regulations. And so that's how we're proceeding. So proposed uses, council will know the city recently allocated $290,000 to SMC Strong, and so council took that action and funded 29 businesses to receive a $10,000 grant. That check was actually cut not too long ago, and so those businesses will start to receive those funds soon. In the proposed budget, there's just under 1.8 or 1.758 million of proposed expenditures in the current year. from capital improvement projects and $1 million in position funding. So let's talk a little bit about that. Channel 1 upgrades, which also aligns to a city council strategic initiative, is $250,000. That's upgrading our Channel 1. So when people are at home seeing this, it will be in high definition. As council knows, when you look at it on the computer, you're looking in high def. But because our equipment has not been upgraded, we have to actually downgrade the signal. And so fortunately, people that will be watching this at home and on Channel 1 probably will not be able to read what we're showing right now. And so it is important for us to upgrade the back-end infrastructure as well as the cameras for once we're back remote, so we can broadcast in high definition. And that has been an unfunded need for the city for quite some time. And so we are proposing to expend that at the American Rescue Funds. Upgrading our EOC, new equipment, new infrastructure in the basement of City Hall for our EOC. Disaster recovery plan, $150,000 this year, with a total of $350,000 over the next 2 years. And then our enterprise resource planning, our ERP system, beginning that effort this year. We mentioned to the council that we are participating in a multiple county shared services RFP. But these systems are expensive. We're estimating nearly $2 million. We'll talk more about what an ERP system is. I know it sounds like a lot for technology, but know that larger cities spend $20 million on their ERP. And so it really is the financial backbone of everything we do here. And our system is approaching end of life and will no longer be supported by the vendor. And so an upgrade is not a want, it's truly a need. And outside of these funds, we really don't have the resources to do that. And so we're looking to begin that effort with some initial seed funding and then leverage funding over a few years to actually accomplish that goal. And so these are the positions that we are recommending be funded through ARPA. It is an information technology associate. You'll hear about that both from the police department and the fire department and IT. It's an IT position, but it is keenly focused on our public safety technology infrastructure. Again, one police and one firefighter restoration, and new associate/assistant civil engineer. That is a principal planner. Unfortunately, the table didn't print totally, but it's a principal planner. Public works maintenance worker, deputy community services director. Worth noting that this position, fully funded, is $194,000, but there are position savings in that department of about $103,000, so the due cost is $91,000. This also was a recommendation in the business plan as we prepare for the new RAC, and there are other positions in that department that are not being restored. A public works maintenance worker, and then some part-time. This is a 4-year funding path, so the general fund will pick up 25% each year, and so at the end it is projected that American Rescue Act funds will pay $2.7 million, and the general fund will pick up just over $3 million, and by 25-26, the general fund will be paying 100% of the cost, so roughly picking up approximately, on average, about $300,000, $320,000 a year. On an annual basis, picking up that 25%. Same exact methodology as Measure G. And so in total, the projected American Rescue Plan Act funds of just over $8 million, proposed through 24-25 is 5.7, leaving 2.2 unallocated. The number for the general fund was 1.7. And so there would be sufficient funds if we move not general fund, Measure G. The Measure G recommendation was 1.7. So that's this figure here. And so if council did want us to move these to a American Rescue Fund, we can do that and show that in the presentation that we provide to you on Zoom. So why don't I pause there and ask if council would desire to have a discussion around that topic?
Any comments, questions after we've had both those? Councilmember Hamilton.
I already made my statement on this. So yes, I think we need to have discussion about and provide direction about moving these positions from measure G to ARPA. And I've already said that yes, I do think we should do that.
Are there questions? Vice Mayor Medina?
I agree with Councilman Hamilton.
Any other comments from colleagues? I'm sorry, Councilmember Salazar.
I would just say that I concur with the others in terms of looking at balancing that a little bit better. I know that, as the mayor stated, that there were a lot of things that were discussed in doing that, but as the vice mayor brought up, there's no plan for reallocating those funds or putting those funds back at any time in the near future. And I think there was a strong desire from the community to put some of those dollars back into the roads and to visible projects. And so committing all of that to FTE positions is, I think, less in the spirit of what was promised. And also even looking at, committing all of the ARPA funds to this, I'm a little concerned about how much we're burdening the general fund going forward. I mean, there's a 4-year escape plan, but there's a lot of assumptions being made there about what kind of position we're going to be in financially in 4 years, and that we'll be able to fully absorb all that. If we're not there, we're going to have to shed all these positions again. So definitely some concern there in using these one-time funds.
As far as for myself, I just wanted to make it clear too, based on the measure, staff had every right to bring forward various options and ideas. We all know most folks want to see roads repaired. They believe, a lot of folks I believe, felt that this measure would help to solidify that and to see that move at a faster pace. I think the community was gracious enough to pass this for us. I think the community was understanding during COVID times when the monies were reallocated in a very difficult time, which would have been much worse. So I do have concerns as far as us saying, well, now we're not diverting it, but we're using it as it was allowed for these other usable items. Thus far, though, we haven't really done a lot on the roads. So what I will say is also we have an oversight committee too. So in essence, by us saying, if it's just flat out no, then in essence, their role, there really is nothing for them to review or to have commentary on. I mean, some of this, the fire inspector, I mean, like it makes that, it hits the mark specifically. And I know that's long-term and that's helpful to the community, and it's all that work that we've been doing and stuff. So I think city manager, clearly, I don't want to speak for Councilmember Mason, but I think she would have been on the same page as well as having concern with us going back in a large way to Measure G for that large of an appropriations. City manager, comments, thoughts?
So thank you for that, and we will take a look at this recommendation and make some adjustments. Thank you.
Okay.
So if we move forward, I think we're doing okay on time, not great. Capital improvement projects, we will speed through this. So this is section 8 in our top 10. So there are a total of 104 capital improvement projects to be funded in this budget cycle: 24 roads, 28 water, 16 wastewater, 4 stormwater, 15 facilities, 8 parks, 1 city net, 2 police, 6 technology, all across the city, not not nearly enough, but there are capital projects funded in the budget. I won't go through this in detail. I was going to turn it to the finance director, but we will have a whole session on capital projects. But I will point out something really clear here, which is note that this number is high for the carryover in the project funding. And so a lot of this reflects, or this number right here is our new RAC. And so that is the RAC funding that will be coming to council. It's also worth noting that for water and wastewater, we are carrying over $30 million in appropriations. So those are projects that are funded but have not been completed. One of the things when we see our water and wastewater long-term, I wasn't talking to you, Siri. One of the things we'll see when we go through our water and wastewater funds is that we may be budgeting, this is me talking sort of as analysis for the city manager's seat, more money in our projects than we can actually realistically get done in a given year. And so we're going to work with staff, or I'm committed to work with staff on actually stretching out our capital project allotments and do a little bit better job planning for the expenditures in the year that we're actually going to do the work. Versus when you start a project, fully funding that project and holding that money in your CIP. There's a nice balance in budgeting between ensuring that you're going to have the money when you need it and fully funding a project on day one that may be a 5-year project, or saying that you're going to spend $10 million this year when reality, based on workload and the plan of that project, you're actually only going to spend $3 million. And so know that we're carrying over a lot of money in our enterprise accounts, but we'll work on that. Okay, 5-year plan, we'll talk about this. Now let's talk about funding of council strategic initiatives. So this is in 2 areas. So one, we have proposed to budget nearly $1.4 million to fund items that align to your strategic initiatives. What are those? Implementation of the downtown streetscape. Channel 1, we talked about that. Wildfire risk mitigation. This is 2 items. This is one, an inspector, and another $150,000 that you'll see in a capital improvement program to actually have a city budget to start to address some of our city areas where we need to do some tree thinning and have the defensible space. We've been able to start our program utilizing the $3 million that the court awarded for Crestmore Canyon, and work with other agencies like Caltrans. But in the capital budget, you'll see an allocation for us to start addressing more in depthly some of our city areas. There's an economic development manager, the water rate study, downtown parking meters and wayfinding signage. There was already 150. We added 75 to that budget. Affordable housing program implementation, grant writer, cannabis regulation development, newspaper racks, you already funded. The trash cans and enhanced holiday decor that I know council has asked for, as well as just really quickly with this, it's worth noting that there are other things that are not in here that are either funded or planned to be funded. One is Centennial Plaza. You funded that at your last meeting. The other is trash cans. You funded that as well. And then district elections will actually be coming to you in June because we need to do that work and take that contract underway in the current fiscal year. So that's why that's not here. There are also other initiatives that are anticipated to require funding, but that we have not proposed in the budget. And so you may be wondering why. It's not that we disagree with you and didn't want to allocate funds. It's that a number of these need a little bit more work so we can come up with a realistic estimate, or we simply don't have money. So the East-West Street sweeping alignment, we know that it's a high priority of council. It was voted as a high priority of council. It will be on staff's work program. We just don't know how much that's going to cost. We know that there will be added costs for enforcement of street sweeping and cost to implement signs across the city for street sweeping. We have the direction from council to look at it. We have not begun the work to do it. And so we didn't feel comfortable projecting a number, knowing that we need to do the work and come back for a way to fund that work, which, depending on when that happens, may or may not occur for implementation in this budget year. Climate Action Plan, where a number of council members have had conversations with people at Skyline College. We did have a temporary recommendation to fund a contractor to do the work. We paused on that because we do want to explore the partnership with Skyline College, frankly, see what resources can be brought to bear at zero cost. So that is why that funding is not in. Citywide performance metrics, we talked a lot about this. We do want to issue an RFP this calendar year for a consultant to come in and help us with our performance metrics citywide. And so we don't have a cost for that. Charter City, TBD on the cost for that. But I believe there is money budgeted in the city clerk's office for that. I need to confirm that. So I'll ask finance to do that. Summer Saturdays and Sundays for street closures. We know that council asked that this be an initiative. We do not have a cost. We do not know if we will be able to implement this summer. So we have not projected a cost, as well as with the adopted drain program and small business attraction initiative that council has said staff work on, but all of those staff have not yet begun the work, so we're not ready to project a cost. Fulton Park, we have done some preliminary work. Council did choose a $500,000 option. Funding is TBD. We have applied for funding through the county district measure K funds that they contribute to a part of that, and as well as our community vital project that we'll be talking about, a nearly $13 million need that we have not identified as resources to fund the finance. Okay, proposed enhancements, really quick, and then we have a break before our departmental presentation. So we're actually, I think, doing pretty well. We're at the halfway mark. Enhancement summary for above the baseline, and then we'll talk about an overview of our internal service fund enhancements as well as our general fund enhancements. Should I pause to make sure that no one had questions on the prior section? I don't have the hands up. Okay, I don't see any hands.
There are no hands that I'm seeing at this time.
Okay, so we'll keep bouncing along. Okay, proposed enhancements. This section will actually be rough, somewhat. We can go through this somewhat efficiently because we are recommending to partially restore some of the service cuts. We will not talk about the American Rescue Act or the Measure Z because we've just talked about that above. There are a total of $3.25 million worth of enhancements. And so what we're going to talk about now are the internal service funds at just under $300,000 and the general fund enhancements. And we'll talk about these quick because the departments, again, will go through them. But we just wanted to touch on them really quickly. Total enhancements for our internal service funds, that $390,000 is really divided between $25,000 in our central garage for some basic improvements at the shop. Number of items for building and facilities at $159,000, and then our information technology at $105,000. So those are all listed in somewhat excruciating detail for some of them. For buildings, it's things like pressure washing, it's cleaning the generator, it's HVAC emergency door replacement, some uniform cleaning and maintenance. Honestly, these are things that if we had the resources, they would be in the baseline. These, in many ways, should be baseline items. They're only seen here as enhancements because we've been at a status quo budget or a deficit-based budget where we're reducing the budget. But many of these items are basic maintenance or needed IT investments. And it's important to note that both the facilities items and the information technology items are informed by new managers that have been hired, have done an in-depth look at our facility and IT needs and made some really important key recommendations. And so we are proposing our internal service fund enhancements to come from two sources. One is the general fund capital improvement or one-time initiative reserve, and then the general fund equipment reserve. You'll remember that I said earlier when we talked about our reserves is that we are very judicious with expending from our reserve funds, given that it is our liquidity. And so that's why the expenditures on the reserve is only $300,000. And so there are sufficient fund balances at $9.4 million for capital and one-time initiatives and $3.4 in equipment reserve to address these. But it's just important to note that these are a very small dent and a very significant need that we have here. The general fund enhancements total $791,000. This is an updated number from what you have in your packet. We'll go through these. The city managers item we'll talk about all of these we'll talk about when we go through the departmental presentation. So I won't touch on them now. But know that this column that is broken up in this, I believe, 9 or so page document that you have is ongoing costs, one-time costs. The third column, revenue increase or decreasing expense. For some of these, they're offsetting items that are already budgeted, and so the net cost is lower. And so that's what that third column represents. We found savings or some offset in the budget to fund them. The contract officers is a classic example. There are a number of items in there, but there are contract officers that will be netted out by new revenue. So it's new revenue, existing revenue, or a decrease in expense. There's enhancements for admin, planning, building, recreation, maintenance, total $1 million in general fund enhancements, and again, we'll talk about these. Some are ongoing, about 850 are actually netted out by new revenue, or revenue or an expenditure decrease. So now we're out of a break before our departmental presentation. So I'll pause and ask if there are any questions and turn it back over to the mayor. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Hamilton, at this time? Mr. Salazar? Vice Mayor Medina?
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
It's a lot of information. I think the break's appropriate this time.
Well, so it means you have no questions at this time, and we'll go with the current
Yes, sir.
slide.
Yeah.
We'll go with the current slide.
questions with that.
I do too.
I think it's the right time for a break.
Yep, and I appreciate that there's a slide that kind of keeps us on track. So why don't we go ahead and take a recess? Let's see, I've got, let's say 7:15. Could we all please be back by before 7:25? Be with cameras on, ready to go, no later than, please. All right, if you keep yourselves on, meaning just turn off the camera and the mic. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
City Manager, Finance Director, are you ready? Okay.
We're not doing this?
All right, so it is 7:25. City Clerk, are we ready? See, we are recording, so we'll go ahead and reconvene the San Bruno Special City Council meeting of June the 1st. And we're in a study session, and the topic is in regards to the capital improvement and operational budget being presented by staff. City Manager.
Thank you, and welcome back. We are coming back from our break, entering in our second major part of the evening, which is a discussion of departmental operating budgets. And so the department directors and our assistant city manager will go through high-level items with regard to their budget, and in particular talk about their enhancement requests, because just about everything else with our budget was a status quo baseline budget. And we begin with me, so I can give my voice a rest, talk one last time, and give my voice a rest. Okay, so overview of the city manager's office, and this is, we have three budgeted positions, myself, the assistant city manager, chief people officer, Jennifer Brazell, who will talk next about HR, and a assistant to the city manager, which is a analyst level role that has also historically provided admin and clerical support for the department. We of course support the city council and help to guide and analyze policy, community relations and outreach, external relations to other governmental organizations, nonprofits, community-based groups. We provide corporate oversight and management of the organization. We develop the budget, which we're here tonight presenting the proposed budget, and we of course assist the city council through your policy development, and we do that happily with this file. So, city manager's budget this year, expenditures just over $1 million. The general fund budget, the city manager's budget is allocated out to other non-general fund funds, which is why the revenue, which is why you see departmental revenues or recovery of approximately $600,000 and a general fund subsidy of just under $500,000. It's important to note when you see the difference between the recovery in our last fiscal year and the recovery in our current future fiscal year, there's nearly a little bit over a $400,000 increase, or $330,000 increase. Important to note, this reflects the implementation of our new cost allocation plan, where we have gone through a analysis of all of the funds that we support, and we are allocating out our overhead to other funds. And so the city manager's department is actually one department that benefits, if you will, from the new cost allocation plan, because the last cost allocation plan left funds that were appropriately allocated out to other funds unallocated. That is not true for other funds. As you know, when we presented the cost allocation plan, some departments went up in their cost recovery, some went down. In this department, the cost recovery amount went up. There are a number of noticeable and proposed changes. I will talk about them. There are three really. One is a professional services budget of $150,000, and in the explanation that we provided to the city council, one of the things that we noted, and we looked back over the last 7 years, is it is actually uncommon for the city manager's office to have a budgetary appropriation for general professional services. financial challenges of the city and is not typical, where your corporate management office does not have a budget for professional services, which of course are needed. And so what this does is it creates either an inability or an inefficiency when those services are needed. And what we've seen when we look back at prior budgets and even the last year's budget is that money has been added either during the fiscal year or at the beginning of the fiscal year, but only for specific projects, which leaves your city manager's office without the ability to contract for things that arise during the normal course and scope of management of the city. And this includes things like hiring an appraisal, partnering with another municipality on, let's say, the cost of a shared services RFP, the need to obtain expert assistance to help analyze a new or emergent policy. Sometimes you may want to bring on a consultant that has expertise, and without the funds, it requires the development of a staff report and going to the city council, which maybe is an effective process, but it's certainly not an efficient process. And so this $150,000 that we're recommending for the coming fiscal year is actually three components. One, there's a recommendation. There are specific projects that are included. So $60,000 for grant assistance and $40,000 to implement the cannabis regulations, both council strategic initiatives that are a part of the work program for next year, and $50,000 for general professional services. That's that. The economic development manager position, this council knows very well, is a position that we have wanted to fund over the last several years, but have not been able to fund. And it was a recommendation that the city council recently received in a report on our community and economic development department. What you remember is as a part of that study, the recommendation was certainly to add the position, but it was an open question on where. Do you add that position in the community and economic development department, or do you add it in your city manager's office? Different cities do it different ways. My initial thought, candidly, was to do it in the community and economic development department, knowing that a lot of our issues and with getting projects through the process occur in the community and economic development department, because we need the position to be an ombudsman to help people through what is a complicated regulatory municipal process. They may be a small business opening for the first time, or a business that wants to expand and they're not familiar with the process. And so having that person within that department has benefits. Also, having the department in the city manager's office also has benefits. One of the greatest is the position is able to solve cross-departmental issues. And oftentimes, some of our issues involve both the Public Works Department and the Community Services Department in supporting a business through both entities. And maybe something is stuck and it needs to be unstuck, or maybe there needs to be a little bit more hand-holding because the process is unfamiliar to the applicant. And so in thinking this through with a consultant, I am recommending that it is in the city manager's office. So it is able to solve and resolve cross-departmental issues. And also, it has being in the city manager's office will allow a closer connection to the city manager in some of our key economic development initiatives. And I think will actually result in some greater success in the future incumbent of this position having the ability to work both within the organization and at a greater degree outside of the organization as models our economic development. The next one is adding what sort of corrected this position was always that core position in the city manager's office that was actually budgeted pre-COVID-19, a position that we really did a recruitment for, and we're on the precipice of hiring. And I also on hiring that position, not knowing that COVID-19 was going to hit, but knowing that we had fiscal challenges along the way. This position is an executive assistant to the city manager, but also provides constituent support as well as support create that position as a permanent position in the city manager's office. It's essentially unfreezing a position that we had that was a public information officer position. Council will remember that I did articulate a few budget cycles ago not to hire a PIO, but instead we utilizing existing positions in the city manager's office. And we have already begun to utilize our assistant to the city manager, which is a high-level analyst position to accomplish a number of our PIO goals. And that the current incumbent in that position was assigned during our EOC to be chiefly responsible for communications and our social media content. And so that role would continue with unfreezing this position and reassigning it from PIO to an executive assistant. And so that concludes the city manager's items. And if there are no questions, I will go to the next department.
Okay, so, and then team, what I will ask is if you do have questions, as the Vice Mayor has said, if you'll raise your virtual hand. I'm not going to go around the room and ask. If I don't see a hand, we're just going to keep going. So, Vice Mayor Medina.
Two questions. Let me go back to the slide on my screen real quick. Could you give the council a little bit more insight on how the revenue recovery number, and maybe we don't need to do it now, but how that the math behind that and the increase from 270 to 603, that's pretty significant, and to have a better understanding of how that was calculated based on, is it time spent in the manager's office? Is it just a percentage of the enterprise fund, or how does that get calculated? That's my first question.
Sure.
The second question is, so this is a reassignment. So currently there is the EOC coordinator and then the assistant that's temporarily there. So the city manager's office will have an executive assistant, and the other position will return back to the library?
No, so this would be restoring the city manager's office budgeted FTEs. Let's take out the community, the economic development managers for a second. Alone, this would restore back to 4 budgeted FTEs, which was the case pre-COVID. One position was just vacant and unfilled. And so this is restoring that 4th position, but converting it into an executive assistant that would handle the executive assistant role for the city manager's office, which doesn't just support the city manager, it supports the assistant city manager, as well as responding to potential inquiries and inquiries that come from the city council, and inquiries that come from council to the council's general email box. And so that will be the role of this position. And the executive assistant to the city manager will keep some of the public information duties that are assigned to that position, as well as take on additional analyst level duties that position was not able to do due to handling the clerical and administrative roles for the department. And so in many organizations, your assistant to the is typically a principal analyst or an analyst level position. Oftentimes it is on par in your classification system with an analyst. And that position has been a assistant to the for quite some time. But because there was not a added clerical position, that position could not fully do those duties. And so there are a number of duties, including citywide website management, content management, special project management, that position can do if we restore that 4th position that was there a few years ago, but just was unfilled.
Right. That position was never filled.
Right. It was frozen for a time. It was unfrozen in a budgeted position, but not filled. I actually held off on that, and COVID-19 hit, and I was glad that I did.
so I get it. So there'll be one more additional position there. The current assistant, I'm sorry. The role that's currently filled with by Jennifer Dianos, that classification is separate one, correct?
There is a assistant to the, and this would be bringing on a executive assistant. The assistant.
Okay. I got it. All right. Thank you.
Analyst role, and nothing about that position's compensation is changing as a result of this position.
Yeah, I get it now. Second question about the revenue recovery.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
I think the best thing for us to do is to provide either the section of the cost allocation plan or the actual allocation factors for the city manager's office. That'll be pretty clear. I'll turn to the finance director if she has an answer to provide here, but I think that the clearest way is to just show the allocations out. The cost allocation plan was a plan that we did fund to have a consultant do. There's a methodology behind and an allocation factor behind all the allocations. So we can provide that. I don't think that's a problem.
And that's fine. Thank you.
If you have to get, go for you.
Okay. Yeah, just to give you a general review. So the cost allocation study was completed by Wilden at the turn of 18-19 calendar year. So they really took a major shift from a previous allocation model. The previous allocation model is based on the pro rata share of the budget dollar amounts. But they're taking on multiple factors for different departments for allocation. For the city manager, for instance, they're taking a weight for the agenda items, and the city manager spend the time on, and they'll put also a weight on the total number of FTEs the city in that from city manager to the entire city, and another portion is regarding the budget. So they provide different kind of weight to different factors. So this created a major shift in the cost allocation model. So it's more an experience-based cost allocation model instead of a strict dollar amount-based cost allocation model.
That's fine. Thank you.
And we'll still follow up with the allocation factors. Okay, so with that,
hold on, City Manager. The other Medina has some questions. Just looking at on professional services, there was $69,500 that was allocated, but obviously not being brought forward in this budget. However, there is the $150,000. So just trying to understand that. Let me ramble a little. That's one. Two, in your professional development, I noticed there was an increase as well as in communications. For communications, I just maybe like to understand how that's allocated. I think it's in our department, I believe, but I'm not certain. And then lastly, I see there's the $24,000, which was moved over into the manager's office a few years ago for printing, copying, and binding. Primarily that was for Focus that was issued 3 times a year. Are we looking to go back to providing that publication to the community?
So, sure, let's get through these. The $69,000 that was allocated in professional services, that was one of the examples that we talked about where there were allocations to professional services for specific projects, and that allocation was for our stormwater initiative. And so that funded our professional services as well as some of the mailing costs for our stormwater initiative. And so that's what happens historically, is that either there's zero budget or there's a budget for a specific project. With regard to the $24,000 for printing, copying, and binding, which is projected to remain, there is not a plan to restore the Focus. However, there is a plan to start utilizing a few pages in the recreation guide that goes out seasonally as that were helpful and we received positive feedback on. But that level of engagement, we're not going to continue, and the level of production involved in that. But we do want to add a few pages to the recreation guide that does come at a cost to the recreation guide, so we can pay for that. In addition, there are things that occur during the year where there's not a budget for vis-a-vis publications. Prime example right now is we're having outline issues. We have put things out on social media. People have said, well, that's great, but what if I'm not on social media? And so we are currently developing a plan to do a mailer to certain areas in the community, maybe a certain area or maybe the entire city, that will provide mountain lion information. And so having this, that budget in there is both needed for sort of planned communications and unplanned communications. With regard to a $1,000 increase for or $1,300 increase for communications. I bet that's due to some devices, but we'll find that out and provide that. And the $500 increase in professional development, at this moment am not recalling what that is. We'll provide that as well.
No problem. Thank you for your responses. And on the focus, I heard your responses, and I know on the recreation activity guide, I know it gets mailed out, and my thought is also that it goes and folks may feel if I'm not utilizing those type of services, I'm not going to open it up. So the focus sometimes, no pun intended, on things that were happening to communicate, everybody would receive it. So I do have, I hear what your broad plan is, and maybe you're just saying the time element that it took for staff to produce that for our community maybe is better served in some other elements. But anyway, I just want to leave that conversation there as we continue the budget. I don't see any other hands up, City Manager, so please proceed.
Okay, next we will go to the Human Resources Department, and there's an enhancement request there, so I've asked our Assistant City Manager to address that.
Good evening, Mayor Medina and members of the council. Jennifer Brazell, Assistant City Manager, and I'll provide an overview of Human Resources. Human Resources has 2.5 employees, a Human Resources Manager, a Management Analyst, and a underfilled half-time Management Analyst as a administrative support. Human Resources provides recruitment, retention, quality employees through coaching, development, performance management, classification, compensation, employee training and development, employee appreciation programs, labor relations, benefits administration, compliance, through policy development for state and federal employment laws, risk management, safety, return to work, and workers' compensation. For the upcoming budget year, we are requesting $100,000 enhancement for HRIS payroll software. Right now, HR pretty much operates through spreadsheets for HRIS and in collaboration with finance. We have a payroll system through Eden, which is at the sort of end of life. It's quite antiquated. We are looking to work with finance on a system that will enhance the services that we're providing now. That will not only provide applicant tracking, but performance management as well for our employees, an online training resource database, as well as payroll software. We've identified a potential vendor for the service that specifically serves local government. We have a couple of vendors in mind, but we have identified one in particular, and the enhancement request is $100,000. You'll see that with the amended expenditures between last year and the proposed budget for this year, it's a bit higher. you may be aware that we have 6 contracts that are due to expire at the end of the year. We've also have some additional need for costs for labor support for upcoming negotiations, as well as recruitment support for executive level recruitment. So that's the difference in the cost that you're seeing. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, colleagues, if you could raise your hand and I'll call on you now. Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medina. The simple one question is the executive recruitment. That which position is that for?
Well, we have projected based on last year, because we had quite a number of executive recruitments, but we are currently recruiting for Public Works Director.
Great, thank you.
In addition, we have currently filled the IT manager position, and we'll talk about that shortly as when they're retired annuitant. We had 2 failed recruitments for that position. It is very difficult to hire a IT manager in this area and at our compensation level, and so we were able to find a retired annuitant that have limited hours, less than a half-time FTE that they can provide because they are retired, but they are providing significant help at this moment. But we will be going out for another recruitment on that, and will likely be employing the services of an executive recruiter to broaden the candidate pool.
Not seeing any other hands. On the payroll software, is this something that will allow for paperless for paychecks, so that so obviously right now it's 26 times a year with a paper and envelope, and obviously if the machine goes down and that has to be done via hand, is that a possibility?
Yes, very important to us to have not only paperless system for employees, but also employee self-service that's also accessible on their mobile device.
That's good to hear. That's overdue. And then not now, but there's a line item for specialized services of $19,000, and I know it's just a continuation. I just would like to know a little bit what that is. That can be done later, save time, and professional development went down $6,000. Is it just not? I just want to make sure that wasn't a mistake, because that's quite a reduction.
Yes, we have an employee that is not using their education reimbursement.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other hands. We can go to the next department, please.
Jamie Shaw, Finance Director. Next department is the finances. So Finance Department has 10 FTEs, which have to maximize the city's revenue, reduce costs, support increased efficiency, maintain fiscal integrity, internal control, and fiscal stability. We also provide financial reporting and accounting for the city entirely, and then we also account for operating and capital budget, and do the long-range financial forecast. And part of my staff is in charge of utility services and business license, garbage service, and then all of the rate review. My department is also responsible for purchasing, payable, receivable, rent management, payroll, and treasury management. Finance department is looking at expenditure for next fiscal year at $2.6 million, just a slightly increase from the $2.5 million we are having this year. The increase is really mostly caused by some of the services that we don't have a lot of well. One of it is credit card payments associated with utility payments. We also have tire content management and maintenance cost that's going to add to the budget. We're extremely short in staffing, even though we have 10 employees in my department, but the staffing is really short to support ongoing operations, projects, and the process improvements. And our biggest challenge, of course, is we have repeated several times with the ERP. ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning software. That's really the backbone of finance as well as the city. This is going to be a huge project. We're going to try to start groundwork next fiscal year, and we really appreciate the council support on that. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions from colleagues? If you could raise your hand. Seeing none, I believe. I know we've discussed this, and then we'll go right to the police. And it says the credit card fee increase is $135,000, which I know is what you pay. And I know you can't do it, I think, on utilities, but has the city had to consider having those passed on to the public rather than obviously those continually go up? Doesn't need an answer now. I brought this up before. Just wanted to do a check-in since we're going through the budget process. And that's it for now, and we'll keep moving and move on to the police department.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Ryan Johansson, the police chief for the city of San Bruno. Just to give you a brief overview of the police department's components in this budget presentation. So the police department currently has 63 full-time employees. As was covered in great detail when you were kind enough to allow me to present the annual report at a recent council meeting, our core function is to preserve community peace. This includes a couple of different divisions, but fundamentally it involves patrol, traffic and parking, investigations and support services, the administration of the police department. We maintain our own records and dispatch services. We also have some contract services, which will be relevant in the next couple of slides. And in the past years, we all know we also took on code enforcement. So those are sort of the core functions of the police department itself. Moving forward to the next slide, in terms of budget, this year we're looking at expenditures at $19.5 million, pretty much in keeping with what was in the amended budget from last year. Looking at some slight decreases in departmental revenues and recovery, and a general fund subsidy that sits just slightly above what it was in the amended budget from last year at 17.08. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our high-level goals and objectives. We actually have a very exhaustive list of goals and objectives for the next fiscal year, and that's how we prioritize where we're looking for funding and what we're spending our money on. But these are sort of some of the most significant and largest ones. As you all know, we're currently undertaking the Safe and Equitable Policing Review in concert with the City Manager's Office and Impact Justice out of Oakland. This is a big undertaking and has also required some significant funding that the police department has footed the bill for. Some other big priorities this year are our Employee Wellness and Resiliency Program, which coincides with some of the strategic initiatives from you as our council. We have been hard at work at a more comprehensive Employee Wellness and Resiliency Program for the last couple of years. And have sort of launched it incrementally as components of it are ready. And this year our hope is to launch it in its totality, although obviously it will continue to be a work in progress. But focusing on the wellness and resiliency of our employees will be of critical importance as we're asking them to do more with less year after year in an increasingly difficult landscape to be a police officer. Automated case updates and survey communications is a big part of what we're trying to do this year as well. Technology to maintain and enhance the service levels at our reduced staffing, compliance with a number of different legal actions and requirements that have been placed upon us seem to be changing almost monthly at this stage for police. But the big ones are RIPA, which is our Stop Data Collection for Racial Identity Profiling Act, public records requests, not only the ones that come into us via requests from people who want records, but records we are increasingly being required to provide proactively through our website, which requires new technology and staff time and all sorts of other things. And so that's a big priority for us to keep up with all the new legislation. Recruiting for increased workforce diversity. Even though we have some frozen positions, we do have positions to fill, and we will have more to fill in the coming year. We'd like to focus on a more targeted marketing effort in our recruiting in order to increase the diversity of our workforce. We plan to launch the UAS Unmanned Aircraft System Drone Program. This is a joint project with the San Bruno Fire Department. Radio encryption compliance is a big one that you will not see in the budget this year, but it will be a big project for us that will be coming down the pike in the coming years for budget. There are new legal requirements that we encrypt all our radio transmissions, and this requires a huge investment in infrastructure and equipment. We're doing a deep dive into pre-arrest diversion programs, and we can certainly dive a little bit deeper into that at a later date. And then grants, looking for alternative funding sources for the fact that we're all operating under sort of strict and stringent budgets, including Office of Traffic Safety, the COPS grant, ABC, and some other resources. Advance the slide, please. So our core budget challenges, the one that we all know about, obviously, is staffing. I think it's important to set some context here in that we all know that we froze some positions last year, but sometimes it's easy to forget some of the hits that the police department has taken over the years in terms of its staffing. And sort of the harsh reality of this is that currently between the frozen positions from last year and positions that were frozen that actually essentially ended up being eliminated back between 2008 and 2011, your police department currently operates at a staffing level that is 22% lower than it was in the 1970s. We've obviously had significant increases in population and significant increases in call volume and expectations of the police department over that time frame. So staffing certainly remains our most significant challenge, especially if you want to continue to provide the exemplary level of service that the citizens of San Bruno have become accustomed to from the police department. Next slide, please. Also, our increased reliance on aging technology. We've been able to get by with these reduced staffing levels over the years because we've continually invested in technology that are force multipliers for us. The problem is most of that technology is either coming of age and needs to be replaced, or there are better, best-in-class security processes that need to be put in place in order to maintain the integrity and security for this technology that we continue to deploy. And so another core budget challenge for us is how do we make sure that we're keeping these technologies up to date and functional for us, because at this point in time, many of them we've quite frankly become completely reliant upon for day-to-day operations. And so understanding at the city as a whole level that as we continue to leverage technology to be more successful and to be more efficient, we're going to need to understand that it's not a one-time investment. It's a recurring investment over time, maintain the tech you have, and to upgrade and stay on the cutting edge. Much of this technology that we have now is in fact required for us to be legally compliant with laws that have emerged since we deployed it. So technologies that were at one point optional are not optional, and we need to reinvest in them. I talked already about the expanding legal requirements, so I won't go into further detail on that here, but just know that it creates budget challenges for us because every time a new piece of legislation passes that requires something from your police department, the funds have to be allocated for us to comply with that. And they seem to be coming out at a rate that I've never seen before in my career, especially with many of the calls for police reform. And so there's going to need to be funding to keep up with this. And then we have critical equipment outside of technology that is beyond its usable lifespan, well beyond it. And the core one you'll see in our enhancement requests, which I guess it's actually not an enhancement request, it's an equipment request, is for new patrol rifles. Our patrol rifles are currently 8 years beyond their usable lifespan from when they were purchased. The problem is that they have well outlived the period of time that we can sort of piecemeal together by buying new parts and keeping them functioning properly. And they're now at the point where my range masters are indicating that they cannot be properly sighted in, which makes them inaccurate, which is not good, obviously, in the event that a rifle is actually needed. And so this is, in my view, not an optional replacement scenario. This is something that the cost of not replacing it, if heaven forbid there's an unfortunate accident, would be far in excess of the cost of replacing them, and is simply something we have to do. Ballistic vests, we actually obtain a grant that pays for 50% of our ballistic vests, but in the next year we'll be coming up on needing to replace every single one of them for the entire police department. I would put this in the same category as patrol rifles, right? One ballistic vest that is expired, outdated, and an injured or killed officer is going to result in far greater costs than the cost of replacing those vests. And finally, vehicles. I know vehicles are a really tough one for the city. They're expensive, and we are the toughest of any city department on vehicles. They don't last very long with the police department. We drive them very hard, and they just don't have a very long life. But The fact is that the way we drive patrol vehicles means that once they get beyond 80,000 miles, they are a danger to us and the public to continue using them the way we do. And we currently have 7 vehicles that sit beyond that 80,000 mile mark as we speak here today. So we're not requesting replacement of all of those vehicles, but enough to at least keep us whole and sort of put some of them on the shelf until we are able to replace them all. So just know that there are a number of other equipment needs that would fall into this category, as with every other city department. I'm trying only to bring to you the ones that I think you need to know are absolutely critical and essential. Can you advance the slide? I think there may be.
It's important for council to note, because we did go through the equipment replacement reserve, that these are built into the baseline budget. So the rifles, the ballistic, and the vehicles, a portion of the vehicles are built into the baseline budget. So they're not shown on that enhancement list because they're needed expenditures.
Advance the slide, he said.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on, Vice Mayor. Let the Chief finish his presentation. Continue, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that this is it. So the requested budget enhancements are to add 2 full-time sworn police officer positions to our existing authorized strength. These are actually fully funded through a cost recovery agreement we were able to secure with YouTube. This actually ends up being, I think, a very beneficial agreement for the city because YouTube has essentially agreed to pay the full cost of employment for 2 full-time police officers to create a 4th beat in our service areas that is not isolated only to their campus. So recognizing the impact that their campus has on public safety in the community, we are able to secure 2 additional fully funded positions that are force multipliers for us to respond to emergency calls all over the city, to help backfill overtime issues and to help keep us whole. Additionally, to restore 2 of the frozen / eliminated sworn police officer positions. I know that our city manager has already covered the funding plan for this to slowly absorb it into the general fund over some period of time. These positions are critically important for us to maintain service levels at this point. And then there's a couple of really relatively small investments in the technology type of things I already spoke about. One is IRIM software. This is essential in order to comply with the Racial Identity Profiling Act and stop data requirements that go into effect beginning January of 2022. We actually launched our Stop RIPA data on June 1st as a test pilot program for 6 months, but this has a cost in that we need this IRIM software in order to integrate with our current CAD RMS system in order to input the data that is required to be collected by the state. And then there are 2 additional software programs, Avigilon and Intrado. Intrado actually it's requested as a budget enhancement, but it's funded on the back end through a reimbursement through the state. And Avigilon is a software program that manages our vast amount of digital evidence, video evidence that comes in nowadays in order for it to be more searchable and accessible in our system. I think that may be the last slide now, Mr. City Manager. Can you advance this to confirm? We talked about the patrol rifles and the vehicles. So this is duplicate.
Next slide.
That's it. Ready?
Okay. So first of all, Chief, I appreciate you being here through the studies session with us. I want to open it to my colleagues, and then I'll circle back. But I just wanted to say something. I appreciate you being very candid as you are. Well, when you talk about the rifles and you talk about the vests, these are critical things that must be maintained and be replaced in a timely fashion. And I appreciate that the department and city staff in general basically make sure they can get by and they do their job and they do it well. But things like this, and I understand city manager, it's we all work together. But I really want to express for myself that if there are elements like this, these are crucial items to protect the officers, the community, our residents, and so I would always ask that these things be brought forward. But I appreciate your candor with that, so we understand that and the need for it. So let me open it up to first Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I wanted to echo your comments, Mayor Medina. our police are doing an outstanding job, and seeing the first slide of the reminder of how they're able to achieve that with less police officers. So thank you, and to all of our police force, Police Chief Johansson. My question, I'm looking at page 119 of the budget, and I was curious where in the line items are those vehicles and the vests and the rifles. Is it somewhere that I'm not seeing?
So, City Manager, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think as you were trying to clean up and describe for me before, these are actually purchases to be made out of equipment reserve funds, and are not necessarily enhancements. But I think that there was some desire on the part of the City Manager for me to bring these things up to you all so that you would know why they're being requested in an equipment reserve that really is under some pretty tight constraints.
Yeah, so we typically go over our equipment reserve funds as a precursor to our CIP conversation. And so you will see those expenditures on Wednesday, June 9th, right before our CIP. But they are not within the departmental budget as an item. They are within the projected expenditures for those funds.
So that would be in the equipment purchase, page 417. Yeah, it's there. Okay, I see it. All right, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hamilton.
Thank you. So I want to agree with all the positive comments from my colleagues regarding the police department. As someone who works in an organization who's asked year after year to do more with less, I've come to I'm almost come to view that phrase as a failure of leadership after a while. So I absolutely commiserate with you, and hopefully we can more quickly address that as we move forward. The only question that I have, and I believe I know the answer. I just want to hear it because it's something that is important for us. Is in code enforcement, you've got two positions listed. My understanding is that we still only have one staffed. That is still going to. We're still intending to staff that second position for code enforcement.
Actually, both positions are now staffed.
Oh, great.
At this moment.
Great. See how quick he is, council member?
Sorry?
I said, see how quick the chief is?
Yeah, that's
boom, done.
I wish I could say it was quick, but yes, they are currently both staffed.
Great, thank you.
No, like I said, Chief, I appreciate you taking time to be here, because I know you're taking away from other things, so I appreciate that. And I think you've heard from my colleagues to pass on our thanks and appreciation, and it is a good perspective to look back that this department, whether it's getting a grant for the officer that is doing traffic, or whether it's with YouTube, or whether it's with Artichoke Joe's, or whether it's other ways in which we're also funding police, you made it work. Your department stepped up at this last time to say, we can get by, and we'll try. But I also don't want us to get to a situation where it's like the rubber band and you keep pulling it. Well, you only can pull it so long before, unfortunately, it has some repercussions. So want to thank your team for doing what they do, and appreciate their service to the community and to all of us. So thank you, and enjoy the rest of your week.
I will definitely bring it along. Very much appreciated. I just want to make sure to be clear, because sometimes I know that in my effort to be candid, I come across kind of strong. These requests, while dire needs, are not dire needs because they've been neglected by council or by our city manager. This is the first time I'm bringing these to anyone's attention. And from the moment I've done so, we've received nothing but support in getting them resolved. It's just that each year we kind of pick and choose what we bring before you because we know that you have very difficult decisions to make and to face. And our city manager has been very eager to understand the challenges the police department faces. And these are not easy things as police chief to bring to a city manager in a timeline like this. And I'm very grateful that he's advocated for putting these into what is going to be some very difficult budget decisions. And I'm thankful that you all are considering it, so thank you.
And thank you for your closing comments and clarification. I think you did fine, but always appreciate that opportunity to understand best, so thank you. And we will move on to the fire department, I think. Yes?
Yes. I don't know who is taking control of this thing. Let's figure that out. No. All right, we're going to stop screen sharing.
Okay.
Press again. Okay. Looks like back to business. Mr. Mayor, can we have a 3-minute break?
Absolutely. Folks, 3 minutes.
increased in scope and complexity and importance. The new position, if approved, would allocate approximately 50% of its time to overgrown vegetation, wildland-urban interface issues throughout the city, and aid in the citywide vegetation management programs. The remainder of the 50% of this position's time would be allocated to the performance of fire and life safety inspections, with the additional inspections being performed that would increase revenue to the department. So I think there's a direct correlation with the offset from the revenue that this position and its increased capacity in our fire inspection program would bring, and offset the cost of the position itself at approximately $100,000 is estimated. The 2020 fire season has made it clear that we need to do a better job managing our urban and wooded spaces here throughout the city of San Bruno. And this new position, again, would spend half the year working on that overgrown vegetation and those wildland-urban interface issues, and a citywide vegetation management program that would be we would work towards with our capital improvement program. Since this is historically a busy job during the summer months to conduct any of these fire inspections, the inspector would carry out other business inspections during the off months. So the summertime, they would focus on this wildfire threat to our community and inspecting properties and helping manage our wildfire program. And the remainder of the year would be increasing our capacity to do inspections on commercial and business properties throughout the city of San Bruno. We have approximately 2,000 licensed businesses in San Bruno, and the current fire prevention staff can only inspect about a quarter of the licensed businesses. This additional position will help bridge that gap between our current inspection program and help make our community safer. So that's our two important aspects of our enhancement requests, and that would bring us to a total of 37 FTEs within the fire department. And again, this is we run a really lean operation here at the fire department, and these positions are critical to address some of those wildfire threats throughout the community and restore our two important firefighter positions. And with that, I'm more than happy to take any questions you may have.
Any hands from colleagues? Seeing none at this time. The only thing is on the wildland urban, the program and the personnel. Obviously, for those that's a critical project that we've started, and we want to. I believe the goal is to continue to maintain it, and as well as inspections. I know that that's critical, and we find things within the community when going out for that on a regular basis. And also, that's also a potential not revenue base, but also offsetting costs as well. Is that correct, Chief?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again for highlighting that issue. The offset for the position itself is an important aspect of it. So if we do bring in that anticipated $100,000, the position is approximately $150,000 or so for that fire inspector position. So it will help offset those costs. So there's a direct correlation between the revenue and the expenditure side for personnel.
Thank you. All right, seeing no hands at this time, thank you, Chief, for your presentation, and then we will move on to our next department, which I believe is Public Works.
Yes, good evening. I'm Shaywon Ritchie. It's an honor to represent the Public Works Department as your interim director tonight. Current staffing levels are 6.35 full-time employees. This division provides multi-level services. Three primary buckets include traffic capital improvement programs and land development, which includes encroachment permits, review of building permits as they impact the right-of-way, and private developments. We also assist with high-level strategic management of plans, such as safe routes to schools, local road safety and master planning, as well as implementing these planned projects. Notable accomplishments include the design and completion of study of 6 projects, including the Scott Street Grade Separation Project study report, the San Bruno and Cherry Avenue intersection modifications, which will be awarded shortly, and the Spyglass Drive storm drain permit designs. I also would like to note that we obtained grants for several efforts, such as the pre-mentioned Safe Routes to School plan, local road safety plan, MTC quick strike, as well as a Cal OES grant for the Spyglass storm drain improvements. We also applied for the ATP Cycle 5 for Huntington Cycle Track. Although we were not successful, it is learning experience, and Cal and the Cycle ATP grants are quite a significant investment of our staff, 2 staff for a period of 2 to 3 months. And so these are not insignificant, but I believe it is still an accomplishment because we can use what we've taken to apply for additional grants. We did complete 5 construction projects, including the street slurry seals, sewer main replacements, facilities, as well as street rehabilitation on a portion of San Antonio Avenue. Some of the challenges that we have seen are related to some loss of staff. So in April of 2020, we lost our traffic engineer, as well as in February of 2021 of this year, we lost a civil associate engineer. We have been, in essence, working with 2 CIP staff and 1 private development staff. There are approximately 60 projects. We are recruiting, and so we are hopeful, and we will need to supplement with some consultant services in order to make up for that loss. So the current budget enhancement requests include the restoration of the 1 traffic engineering position, which is a civil associate engineer position, which was frozen as a result of last year's COVID pandemic response and budget balancing. And the addition of 1 principal civil engineer, this enhancement would be funded through private development reimbursement proceeds. We would also like to augment our traffic engineer position with $80,000 because there is a difference in what it costs to bring on staff, full-time staff versus consultant help. They are more expensive, and to provide for the entire year, we do need to supplement not only the restoration of the vacant position, but also additional funding. And we also request approximately $20,000 for temporary help. This is to help shift certain engineering administrative type work onto temporary help that can do a bit more routine and basic work that frees up our engineers to do more complex work. And that concludes the Public Works Administration Engineering budget. And I will move for any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Not seeing any hands from council members at this time. So please proceed.
Yes, the next division is the Streets Division. The baseline FTEs currently is 4.7. They provide a variety of different services. Notable accomplishments include managing the sign replacement project. So they manage the sign replacement program to replace and upgrade and bring traffic signs to compliance with federal, state reflectivity standards, including 236 regulatory signs, 61 warning signs, and 59 other signs. They replaced 14 streetlight poles due to auto accidents, as well as replacing 22 other streetlight poles along San Bruno Avenue, on San Bruno Avenue along San Mateo Avenue. In coordination with the contractor, they also maintain 17 traffic control devices and rapid flashing beacons. Next slide. So enhancements for this budget cycle include the restoration of 1 maintenance worker. What they would be able to provide as a result would be a restoration of approximately 4 hours for the San Mateo Avenue downtown area, which was reduced to 2, with that position being eliminated the last budget cycle. A restoration of 4 hours for Excel orders and trash issues throughout the city, which was reduced to 2 hours. The ability to respond more quickly and to complete street sign repairs, street light sign pole repairs, barriers, graffiti response, potholes, traffic work orders, red curb painting, various other work orders, USA marking. This would also allow storm division employees to work on the trash catcher program, cleaning and maintaining them, and responding to calls for division. And that concludes the streets division portion.
Any questions from colleagues on streets? Not seeing any hands up at this time. Please proceed.
So next we'll have Pamela Wu, our Director of Community and Economic Development, and I believe she is joining now.
Thank you, City Manager.
But she's just been connected to the room. Pamela, when you're ready.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Pamela Wu, your Community and Economic Development Department Director. Next, please. Tonight, I have the pleasure to share with you the proposed budget for the Community and Economic Development Department. First of all, I would like to identify and also showcase some of the priority projects that the department will be undertaking, which directly aligns with the strategic initiatives that City Council has outlined for our department. Mainly, this includes preparing the housing elements for the next cycle, development, and also implement the affordable housing fund, and also try to engage affordable development developers to facilitate construction project for the city. Staff anticipates to complete and facilitate the completion of the Hill Specific Plan and also to engage on the U2 Phase 1 entitlement review. We'll also be working on other current projects such as the exciting Hyundai Genesis Auto dealership at the crossing site, to complete the Amazon warehouse fulfill center that was previously occupied by the Sky Park building. We have actively engaged on the school reuse site, which includes Crestmore High School and the former Anval School. We'll also be focusing on implementing an economic development program with the Chamber of Commerce to assist the small business for the city. Lastly, we'll be engaging conversation with various stakeholders to implement city's climate action plan and also to start the visioning process for the 10th Fred redevelopment project. Next slide, please. The department has two divisions, and we'll start with the planning division. So the planning division has 5.5 full-time employees, which comprises of a planning and housing manager, a senior planner, an associate planner, an assistant planner, half of a director, half of an assistant to this director, and half of a management analyst. The planning division focuses on specific plan, current projects, CEQA compliances, zoning code update, which council has recently seen, processing applications such as building permit, planning, conditional use permit, implementing plan action plan, looking at land use policy, and working on housing elements. Part of the department's proposed budget enhancement includes implementing one additional full-time senior planner to focus on city's long-range planning. Right now, the city's long-range planning efforts such as housing element, climate action plan, and other related issues have not been put on the department's priority. And please know that since the time of this budget preparation, the department has come to realize that there is a high potential of asking for another budget enhancement for another senior planner to assist with the current workload that's coming to the city with the various development proposals. Council will be seeing another budget enhancement at the final budget proposal if this need comes to arise. In addition to possibly two full-time senior planners, planning division is also requesting a permanent internship to support the planning division work and also an on-call clerical support. In addition, Council remember that Council has previously appropriated $70,000 to retain a consultant to implement the city's affordable housing plan. We have yet to make that happen, so the department is requesting a budget enhancement to continue that fund. Next, please. And the one before. Can I have 2 slides before? There you go. Thank you. Can I have the planning budget slide? There you go. Thank you. So this slide presents the proposed department revenue in addition to expenditure. You'll see a slight increase from the overall planning department revenue, largely attributes to the master fee schedule update. So for a lot of fees that currently are charging the X amount of dollars, the fees are anticipated to go up, which has a big factor in the overall department revenue increase. And also the expenditure is expected to have a slight decrease, and mainly due to some of the fee that will be recuperated from the master fee schedule update. And also there is a slight increase from the overall professional development and some of the professional fees on studies that will be also funded by the developers as opposed to general fund. So overall, historically, the planning fees has not been captured from the real cost because these have not been able to recuperate the full cost. Hopefully, with the next fiscal year, there will be a substantial increase in planning fee, and which to offset the expected expenditure. Next slide. So now we'll move on to the building department. So the building division has 6.5 full-time employees, which includes 1 chief building official, 2 building inspectors, and 2 counter technicians, in addition to the administration functions such as myself, executive assistants, and also the management analyst. Building division staff focuses on processing, intaking, building permits, reviewing, routing, plan check, inspection, and also the building department will also be focusing on FEMA floodplain management to implement the new ordinance, and also the most exciting of all, to deploy a full digital submittal and plan check review process for the city. The building division building enhancement request includes 1 additional on-call contract inspector, mainly is to offset the large value of construction that's anticipated to come to the city. Right now, the city has 2 building inspectors. This is just barely not enough to keep up with the amount of construction that's going to happen in the next year or so. And the building division will also share with planning division an on-call clerical support to offset some of the administrative tasks that's being asked by the department staff. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the building budget forecast for next year. Council will see a large increase in the overall department revenue. Again, largely contributes to the master fee schedule update to realign the building plan checking and also inspection fee, and also the sheer amount of construction activities that has been happening and also forecasting in the pipeline. The expenditures is expected to decrease slightly. Again, it has to do with some of the professional services that will be funded by the developer, and also a slight decrease in the professional development due to the vacancy from the chief building official right now. So the building division accomplishment over the years, including our attempt to have a full digital submittal and also plan checking process that could be done via eTrackIt. And also the building staff has completed an user fee schedule to reevaluate the building permit and inspection fee. Building division focused on adoption of the 2019 California Building Standard Codes, And if you, council, remember, building staff has also brought a study session forward to you in the past regarding the REACH code. We've also done a lot of inspection for the single-family and the multifamily residential development Skyline, and we continue to collect the relevant fees, such as the city's development impact fee, affordable housing fee, city art fee, upon issuance of building permit. Lastly, city building staff continues to conduct code-compliant related activities since the departure of the code enforcement program. Some of the things that just because code enforcement has been allocated to the police department, some of the work still remain with this department. That's all I have, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your presentation, and also Juan Richie for hers. Not seeing any hands up at this time. Oh, Vice Mayor Medina.
Yes. Yes, thank you for that part of the presentation. So, understandably, we've had some revenue issues in the past where we have projected a certain amount of projects to get completed. Specifically, the problem that we had with YouTube, and how comfortable are we with this $4 million figure? It's pretty substantial.
It's definitely a projection. It's a forecast. We are fairly comfortable seeing the current schedule. So I believe most of the council members have seen the construction progress at 1450 Bay Hill. We will soon be bringing the Bay Hill specific plan and hopefully the entitlement for phase 1 to council for adoption and approval in the next month or so. Should that be true, you'll be seeing the building permit and also the construction documents coming through for the first phase. So the fee is based upon the square footage of that phase and the subsequent phases, in addition to other projects that have been added in the pipeline. So to name a few, the Amazon project, the Glenview Terrace project, the 160 hotel that just was recently approved. So this is definitely an estimate. It's not concrete numbers, but hopefully we have a pretty good feeling about this.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, for a while we were told on a number of occasions that the department needed analysts. I believe it was 1, and then at some point it was 2. And so I'm just trying to figure out, we went from that to, sounds like 2 full-time senior planners to a fellow and then 1 on-call support. What happened to the analyst need?
Great question, Councilmember Mason. Council had generously offered the management analyst to the department, I want to say probably last fall, through one of the budget enhancement for Q3 review. So that's why I say these half of the position, the department has already received a full-time management analyst position.
Okay. I think it would help, as I was looking at, listening to the police and the fire, but it would be helpful to understand what positions have been added in the last year, and then what positions are being requested in the next year. And this is for all the departments, please.
Understood.
We can provide that information. And the management analyst was approved at the mid-year budget for the current year by the City Council as a new activity.
Thank you.
Okay, not seeing any other hands up, we can proceed.
Good evening, Mayor Medina and members of the council. I'm Ann Latola, Community Services Director, and this evening I'm pleased to be presenting the budget for the 4 divisions that make up the Community Services Department: Recreation, Parks, Senior Services, and Library. So I'm going to start off off with a recreation overview. So the recreation team has 3.95 full-time equivalents, and that consists of 2 coordinators, half of a recreation superintendent, and then there's percentages of the administrative staff, which comprises me, the executive assistant, and another administrative position. The Recreation and Administration Division, we coordinate the city's friendship exchange program with Narita, Japan, conduct the planning and community engagement for delivery of new parks, and as you all know, we are the project lead for the new Recreation and Aquatic Center, as well as other facility improvement projects. Recreation's diverse and robust range of programs and activities for the community include enrichment classes on a variety of topics for a variety of age ranges, aquatics programs, which will be taking a little bit of a hiatus, and I'll talk about that a bit when we talk about the budget. And we also offer youth programs such as seasonal camps and specialty camps, youth sports, both those that we run, the city runs sports leagues, and also provided by facilitating field use used by a variety of sports organizations in the community. We have special events delivered throughout the year. The division also supports the initiatives and programs of the Parks and Recreation Commission. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the division reimagined many of the community events and programs offered throughout the year. Some of these will continue in the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. So the proposed budget reflects changes due primarily to the closure of the existing Veterans Memorial Rec and Aquatic Center. In looking at the expenditures, the full range of aquatics programs, as I mentioned, they're going to take a little bit of a hiatus. We may be offering some off-site programs if we can find a pool to use. That's been a little bit difficult. We're not able to use Cappuccino because of their construction. And so what we're doing now is looking at some of our neighboring cities so we can at least redirect our different swim users to programs, and we're trying to develop some reciprocity agreements with some of our neighboring cities. Many of the facility-based programs that were held at the existing rec center will be relocated to sites like San Bruno Park Schools and the San Bruno Senior Center. Community events are also included in this budget, and it includes things that everybody's familiar with, like the annual Egg Hunt, Community Day in the park, concerts in the park, the holiday tree lighting. But we're also going to keep both the Jinx Joyride and Jingle Around the Block. Those are really popular during COVID, and we heard a lot of people want to see those return. And also the monthly themed Rec in a Box that was implemented during COVID will also continue. Revenues reflect a partial restoration of programs and rentals. Of course, we are demolishing the rec center, so that's impacting not only facility rentals, but certain picnic site rentals. The loss of the gym was a really big revenue source for us that will be deferred until we build the new rack. And of course, we no longer have the full complement of aquatic revenue. I'd like to talk a little bit about the enhancement requests that are here. So as Giovanna explained a little bit earlier, there was a Deputy Community Services Director. The real impact to the budget is $92,000 since there's a administrative position that will be unfilled within our budget. And so what we're proposing to do is add this new position rather than reclassifying one of the frozen positions that we have within our department. Currently in recreation, there is a frozen supervisor position. So the reason we're looking to do this now, this was very much recommended in the business plan for the Rec and Aquatic Complex. The plan identified the need to bring in expertise early into the planning of the implementation plan for the facility. We're going to start groundbreaking really soon. It's a 2-year process, and before you know it, we're opening the doors. But the planning for the programs and the financial model for that facility, it actually begins now. So this position will be focused on revenue-generating programs, partnerships, and community engagement in these expanded areas of programming, such as concierge-level rentals and a fitness center-type programming option that we'll also be offering to the community. So essentially, the position will be responsible for increasing the capacity to really drive revenues at the RAC. The second enhancement in recreation are holiday decorations. We want to kind of refresh us at the downtown and also find a really wonderful tree for Centennial Plaza to look as the new location for our tree lighting in the coming year. I think have the next slide, or the next one. Great. Okay, so the second division I'd like to talk about is parks. So parks maintenance, the team in parks maintenance, they take care of 97 acres of city parks, recreational facilities, and some school sites. They are responsible for care and cultivation of 9 baseball and softball fields, 6-ish soccer fields, 2 football fields, and the dog park at Commodore Park. The division maintains approximately 7.3 miles of streets and medians, over 7,000 trees, 7,250 trees. And we also support various beautification events. We recently did a really lovely planting in front of City Hall with a local daisy troop. The division is also responsible for 128 acres of open space and works in collaboration with the fire department for fire mitigation. Have the next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about the budget, and just the only noticeable change in the chart that's there I wanted to point out is the decrease in revenue. So we're working on renegotiating our joint use agreement with San Bruno Park School District, and one of the things that was in the current agreement is that we have an equal exchange of the same amount of fees. And so that reflects doing away with that, and so the revenue is not in this budget, and it was paid out of the recreation budget, so it is offset within the department budget. As far as the enhancement requests, we're requesting a number of items to restore back some of the service level that was lost with the freezing of 3 park maintenance workers that retired last August. Those three employees, they were very tenured, and they had areas of expertise and focused on mowing, weekend work, and spraying the medians for weed control. So when those positions became vacant, it was summer, early fall, and we were at the height of the pandemic with areas of parks being closed, which actually allowed for a pretty smooth transition of staffing with reduced level that we had. As we moved through winter and spring, the previously closed areas of the parks reopened, which created increased usage and increase of maintenance. Baseball was allowed to start, playgrounds reopened, so park staff was returning to a normal kind of use of the parks, but yet we were down a significant number of our park maintenance staff. So what they've been trying to do with the reduced level is to really focus on the day-to-day use of the park, because as we all kind of saw and observed, the park use really kind of drove up during COVID. It was the one thing that people were encouraged to do, to go outside. And so when you look at the maintenance within the park, and a lot of it is tied to cleanliness, safety, that's something that is a primary responsibility. It's something that our staff was diligent about, really proud of the work that they were able to do. But what we're finding is that we weren't able to be as proactive as we wanted to be with other issues that were coming up, particularly as we started doing field prep, and we were finding different breakages in irrigation or different amenities. As they were getting more use, there would be broken amenities. Our response time to get things repaired has really slowed down. So by restoring one of the frozen park maintenance workers, that will actually allow us to be more efficient with the work that we do with our day-to-day maintenance and have a much better response time in being able to take some of those projects that come up. Another one of our enhancement requests is an increase in overtime to support work beyond the everyday scope of the division. And so what's happening is there are a lot of different projects that are coming up where park maintenance can help with the overall cost of a project. For instance, with the Centennial Plaza work, we believe that there's different demo work that we could do and kind of help control the overall cost of the project, but that's beyond the everyday scope of what they do. So we've put in some money so we can redirect the work of our staff to take on some of those tasks related to projects. The part-time park maintenance assistant actually restores the part-time budget in this division to pre-COVID levels to allow for seasonal assistance that we really need on weekends, particularly as picnic rentals pick up. There's funding in there to reclassify one of our park maintenance worker 2s to a park maintenance technician 2. So currently our tree team consists of a park maintenance technician 2 and a park maintenance worker. And we did a classification study because they actually do very similar, same type work. And what we found was that we actually have someone that should be reclassified. So that is in there to request making that correction. We also have a part-time administrative assistant, And so the part-time administrative assistant, well, we have it there supporting parks. There's we have a really big administrative load with our tree program there, but it really will also help support the whole department and make up for currently we've been sharing our admin staff with the city manager's office. And finally, at the bottom of the list there, you'll see the enhancement request for on-call landscape architectural services. We recently discussed at the downtown streetscape greening and landscaping study session that these projects that are coming up in the downtown, that they're highly technical, and we will require the assistance of resources that the city doesn't currently have in-house. So the resource will allow us to take improvement projects and schematic plans so we can actually start implementing renovations to the downtown area. Moving on to the next division. Okay, senior services. Okay, our senior services, they provide opportunities for adults 50 years of age and older and encourage them to engage in active and healthy programs. This team delivers a broader range of programs at the San Bruno Senior Center. Typically during a non-COVID year, that would be congregate lunch, weekday regular transportation service for San Bruno residents. The division also works in collaboration with the San Bruno Senior Citizen Advisory Board to plan and implement special events, activities, and services. Many of the classes and programs are supported by revenue from non-general fund sources, including revenue generated by program activities at the center and grants, including a nutrition and transportation grant provided by the nonprofit Nutrition Site Council. I just want to take a minute to really highlight the manner in which this particular team programmed during COVID. They reprogrammed the congregate meal program to provide delivered and grab-and-go meals to an average of 130 seniors per day. They also provided virtual programs, things like Zumba and Spanish classes. They had in-person, socially distanced line dancing in their parking lot almost from the start of COVID. And they also did have online holidays and celebrations for Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day. And these programs were so important to provide continued socialization that's so vital to this community and became particularly critical for our senior population during COVID. Next slide, please. There you go. Okay, what this budget represents is reopening the senior center and restoration of programs and service levels to pre-COVID levels. It includes a return to congregate dining. It does discontinue the pickup and delivery programs that were partially funded through the COVID grant. And the revenue is also reflecting a restoration of programs and our rentals. So the last division is the library. So our library provides San Bruno residents and visitors with community lifelong, okay, the next slide, please. Our library provides San Bruno residents and visitors with community lifelong learning and literacy materials and resources to help them achieve personal growth and goals. Such as they provide instruction, support, access to internet, computers, in-house Wi-Fi hotspots. The division also offers educational and personal enrichment services, including story time, a homework center, and a summer reading program. They also offer special programs and events throughout the year. With the support of the Culture and Arts Commission, the division also presents ebooks. They present movies in the parks, Shakespeare in the park, art in the library, and Community Day in the Park art project. During COVID, the library completely revamped its service delivery model in order to continue to serve the community. The division hosted 89 live streamed story times attended by 1,385 households. Curbside service resulted in over 73,000 items being circulated. And multiple programs were offered virtually through grant funding such as NASA and at the library, San Bruno Park School District preschool virtual story times. Next, please. Okay. So the expenditures for, the main things to call out, I'm going to go in the reverse order of what the notes are. The revenue was decreased. If you recall, in the master fee study, we recommended the elimination of there was one more overdue materials fee. And so we recommended that was eliminated. So that is the reduction of revenues. The expenditures They're a little bit lower than last year. And some of that has to do with the part-time funding. And so if you look at the enhancement request, right now the way the library is operating and it's open, they have a base number of hours they're open to the public at 24 hours per week. So what we're requesting is the funding of $92,700 to increase that by 14 hours per week. So we can be open 38 hours per week. And so while it's not restoring to 100% pre-COVID levels, it is kind of incrementally getting us back so we can be open more hours. The schedule that was selected, we looked at the pattern. We have the ability to count how many people are coming in during certain hours within the day. And so the staff gave a good recommendation where they really could capture times of the library when it was used at its maximum. And that concludes the presentation on my department. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And if there are questions for any one of the divisions in the department, now would be the time to raise your hand. Just really quick on the library, I know it was the elimination of the overdue fines. However, in another goal, it's to obtain at least $20,000 in grant funding to bolster the revenue that was eliminated due to the overdue fines. I know it's a nice gesture, but we're spending staff time on trying to get some grants. I would imagine to try to go ahead.
I was saying, interesting. I really should have made this a talk point. The library really has very resourceful in seeking grant money. That's how they did the whole NASA at the library program. There's a lot of funding out there to do things in partnerships with libraries because the services are free to the community. And so it was a way for them to, it was really a way to draw attention to work that they actually are doing already. I think it's gone unnoticed.
And then for the senior center, I know this has been ongoing. I got an email not too long ago as far as replacement of the trash enclosure and repave and restripe the parking lots. Is there any timeline we have on that?
I do not have a timeline right now. It's I think it's kind of strung in between the staffing issues with Public Works, but I would have to defer to Public Works on that.
Okay, we can get that answer another time. I know that the Vice Mayor has his hand up, so I'll turn it to him for right now.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A quick question, slide 121. What does PT stand for in funding? PT?
Part-time.
Part-time funding. Okay, thank you. And the homework center would operate on which hours? Just curious.
I think it's 3 to 6.
3 to 6 p.m. And that would be going from, is that also on the weekends or?
No, it includes what the regular hours were. I have to see if I have my notes on that.
Right, if there were 3 hours a day and it's going to 38.
Yeah, it was, but it's a concurrent, it's a different type of staffing for the homework center. So it was a concurrent. It is included in that.
So why don't we take that as one of our follow-up questions, and we'll provide that to the city council as a follow-up.
Sure. Question is, it's amazing what gets done with 2.9 people at the senior center. And the reliance on volunteers. How does that work, and compared to having volunteers to maybe help out at parks? That if we were to get to see if people were interested in volunteering to help clean up the park a little bit. Currently, the community has responded by cleaning up streets in downtown and neighborhoods, and if there was a way to see how the volunteers could also work at the park, I'd be happy to volunteer at the Florida Park. I live down the street from it, and if there was something that needed to be done, I'd be happy to do it. I'm sure I have neighbors that feel the same. So that if we could do that and have volunteers work at the senior center, then why can't we have volunteers assisting in other park operations?
Maybe we need a new push of our Adopt a Park program. We do have one.
That is one thing, sure.
So,
okay.
To the director, I know maybe but there is an Adopt a Park program, I think is what she's alluding to, is maybe the staffing component.
Right.
I'm not sure where it's at or how many have adopted, but the program exists. I believe there's even publication or something that folks can get to read on it and get more data. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the question in the sorry, I'm going to the slide here real quick. For the Deputy Community Services Director, help convince me, because we're looking at an opening date a couple years from now. And so when would this enhancement occur? And I'm just concerned of what somebody at that rate will be doing for a year and a half.
Well, so I would first think that it's going to take us a while to do the recruitment. So I would think we're looking at probably a 4 to 6 month savings of that number there.
Which is the savings.
The savings are budgeted already? Okay. I'll beat me to that. Okay. So I kind of want to tell, it's a little bit of storytelling, so bear with me. So we went through this whole conceptual design and then how to build it. We really haven't gotten into the how to program it. And when you really want to make this a very financially successful type of a facility-based program model, we need to make sure that it has the right balance of uses. And we're venturing into a few different business models that happen within the world of recreation, but really hasn't happened in San Bruno recreation. So what we need to do is to make sure we bring in the expertise to really guide forward these programs, which are going to be the predominant revenue centers for this facility. So for instance, the way we would rent these facilities is a little bit different. We're already trying to do some outreach with our hotel industry that's very interested in perhaps doing some type of, I'm sorry, glasses are steaming, that are perhaps interested in doing some type of using it as a conference center. It takes a little bit different, a concierge level type of a service level, and we have to set this up. There are systems, there are processes. There's a lot of heavy lifting that we have to do to prepare the facility so we can open it. So the first time somebody called and wanted to rent it, we had everything set up. So if it takes us about 6 months to get somebody on board, it's realistic it's going to take them about a year, maybe a little bit longer, to try to help tilt up these different processes. And then in the plan, hopefully you will see the revenue model so we can add a few more staff that are going to help execute those programs. There are all these different layers of building now the team that's to really fully realize the team, because it's a combination of existing staff and new staff, existing talent and new talent that are really going to drive the success of this facility. But we have a missing piece to help guide really the new and the full vision of the center.
All right. Still not 100% convinced, but I think we probably should have some more discussion about it. We have a business plan that we haven't had a public discussion about yet. So there's a lot of questions of what are we going to charge for our residents to be at that. So I'm just hesitant to take on that role, knowing that how there are construction delays, how this project has been delayed, and how quickly schedules can change, and the timing of this center. So I guess we can have further discussions later.
Any other further questions, Vice Mayor?
I'm good.
Okay. Councilmember Mason.
Thank you. Just a couple of follow-up questions. I think the library staff does an amazing job with the little resources that they have been provided over the years. You did mention the grants. I did want to ask, and that kind of triggered a question for the city manager, is I haven't heard yet any mention of the grant funding or the grant. We talked about procuring a grant firm, and that was spoken of over a year ago now, because we're in the budget cycle again, and I'm wondering where we are with that procurement.
Sure. So under the city manager section, there was the $60,000 for grant writing assistance. And then when we had our strategic initiative session, what we said was that RFP would be released in the first quarter of the new fiscal year. So July, August, September, first quarter. And so we are approaching the first quarter when we intended to issue that RFP for those services. And then providing the budget is recommended within the proposed budget.
Okay, so it's going to be issued, and then can we also make sure it's wrapped up quickly? It shouldn't really take more than 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Absolutely. When we the hard stuff is getting issued, but once we issue and get proposals, we always have a bid opening date and do an award, and that is all standard practice. When you get bids, they can do award them based on our bid award dates, which are typically for things like this within 60 days of the bid.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure we wrap it up quickly too. I did have a question around the Friends of the Library, and maybe you could I've definitely kind of seen things around Friends of the Library, given to Friends of the Library, seen volunteers at Friends of the Library, but can you give a little bit of context to how the Friends of the Library supports the library and the programs?
I really don't have the answer to that question.
Okay. Can that maybe be provided at a future meeting? And any suggestions or recommendations on maybe how we can support the Friends of the Library as well? Regarding the $300,000 on the landscaper, the on-call landscaper, I just wanted to make sure I'm clear. Is that specifically for the project and the instruction given by council, or because I think I had seen the words on-call, it made me wonder if that's for anything else?
So actually it was directly in response to the downtown projects. And I think there's might be a little bit in there because it seems that there's things that come up that we want to do. And staff is asked to give kind of a guess, and our guesses are not based on anything technical. And so we tend to underguess. So it's there, but I mean, you use it based on the value of the project that you're working on. So
okay. And those funds, though, are part of the larger allocation then for downtown, or these are being requested separate and apart from what we have already approved in one of the previous.
When staff came to the city council, I believe last month in the study session about downtown, the estimate was $250,000 for architectural services for the streetscape. In the budget proposal you have before you, the number is $300,000, which includes a little bit more for the other on-call services. And so we will absolutely engage with a landscape architect as priority number one for implementation of the downtown streetscape plan, and that is a high priority in the council's strategic initiative. If you would like to bifurcate those, we can do the $250 for the downtown and then $50 for the other on-call. Given that we would likely employ the same vendor, we encapsulated it as one enhancement request.
Okay. Thank you. And then as far as just the expenditures, I'm trying to figure out, I know that last year most of the, if not all, but of the camps were were not held in San Bruno. Based on my review of the rec and the Park and Rec bulletin this year, the ones that are like 9 to 4 are also not being held this year by city staff, right? We've signed up for a number of them personally, and they're all contracted out, is what it looks like to me. So I'm trying to figure out the expenditures last year versus this year. It appears that the programming that normally would happen was not happening, and there were a number of temporary staff I know that were not rehired, or at some point were not in some way separated due to the pandemic. So I'm not seeing that savings here, and I'm just trying to figure out what was going on, because we didn't have a whole lot of programming going on site.
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Mason. In the portrait that's actually up before you on the screen, it shows the recreation budget. To actually see the savings that you're talking about, we have to go back one more year to 1920. So you only have 2 years, 2021, current year, and 21-22. In the current year, 2021, you're absolutely right. There was we did not restore those part-time positions. I believe the 66 part-time positions, nor did we have those camps that were provided by city staff. And so in order to see what the budget was, you really need to back up. And I just pulled out the budget document. And so on the first page of the recreation budget, the total expenditures in 1920, that sort of pre-COVID year, if you will, were $2.2 million, which aligned to the revenues. And so more than the 1.6 million in expenditures that's shown here. And so you really have to go back another year. But it is in your budget book, and unfortunately mine doesn't have page numbers, but it is the first tab in recreation.
You're on mute.
Okay, thank you. So I do think it would be helpful for not just the council, but for the public to understand where there was any savings, because even though some programs continued on, there were some programs that did not, and that really should have resulted in a savings that it sounds like it did, that we may want to be more clear about. And I think that leads me to this question, which is the demolition of the rec center. So with all the impacts that you've listed in right here, actually it's the slide you have up right now, the picnic site rentals, the loss of gym rentals, full complement of aquatics program revenue. How is that impacting the staff that we have right now? Meaning, are there staff that are not working right now that may not, that there might be some savings on, or are we? Because I see I see that you're asking us to approve positions. I just want to make sure that we're also trying to preserve the positions that we have. If there's opportunities there for staff that's existing, as opposed to bring on staff when we may not have the programming for them at this time.
Councilmember Mason, I think the best way to respond to that is I switched to slide 111, which shows the roughly 4 full-time FTEs in the department. Most of those programs that you're referring to were actually ran by our part-time staff that we've not brought back. And so there's, as far as full-time recreation administration, if you will, it's only 4 FTEs. And so there's really not a savings on current staff time because we haven't budgeted those part-time positions to return. And so that's the savings that have already been taken out of the current budget. That I totally get what you're saying, which is you're just not seeing them because they're not in the prior year budget, because we're sort of 2 years into COVID-19 where we haven't been running those programs. And so you're also absolutely right when you talk about the fact that a significant amount of our current summer 2021 programs are ran by contractors versus the type of programs that we ran in prior years that were, one, administered in part by the 4 FTEs in the department, but essentially wholly ran by part-time staff.
Yeah, and I think I would just say that, council, we learned of the programming when it opened, and I'm glad that there's programming, but I would say as a parent who works with a spouse who works, those programs, those resources offered for families are incredibly helpful. And the programming that we signed up for this summer, it's, an hour here, 3 hours here, 4 hours there, but it's not really a full day, which makes it hard for working families to be able to have their kids in programs that really are enriching at a time that's realistic for you to actually pick your kids up or drop them off. So it's, something to definitely consider for next year. And then I think I have some comments, but some of them are more general, so I'll wait for later. But otherwise, this was very helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Mason, if you will, I just want to ask the director to talk a little bit about the summer program that's occurring at Bel Air. While we're not running it, we do believe that customers that used to, if you will, utilize the city program are utilizing that program.
So they actually I know what you're talking about. They actually went in today and their registration is closed.
Okay.
Right.
So, but for anybody watching, there is an opportunity for a summer program through the YMCA at Bel Air for 1 month from the end of June, I believe, to the end of July. But it does appear that maybe, I don't know if they're just closed for now because of all the interest, but I did go in today and they said they were not taking any more registrations.
Okay, thank you for the report. City Manager?
Okay, so that brings us to the conclusion of our departments. We were scheduled to go into our enterprise funds. We're at slide 123. I think we end at roughly slide 160. And so it is, I think we have a decision point to make here, which is, do we want to pause, take any final council questions, and we will find time in our future meetings to go through the roughly 40 remaining slides, or do we want to continue going?
Vice Mayor?
We're going on, 4.5 hours? It's approaching 9:30. It was allocated till 9 on the schedule I received, and I think we should go ahead and take a hard break here and come back at another date.
Mr. Hamilton?
I also vote that we stop here.
I don't know that we need to vote. I think I see where the consensus is going, right? Any other feedback from colleagues? Okay. I'm going to also concur that we are coming up at 9:30. Staff has been working all day. Other folks have too, and I'd like to have them have an opportunity to eat, relax, get a good night's rest. So my recommendation would be also to stop here. And again, we might start to think of some things as you ponder this. And certainly, City Manager, Council can email you with follow-ups or questions. And Councilmember Mason?
Yeah, just before we end, I just wanted to ask if for our next meeting, if we could actually get an agency-wide org chart. And within the org chart, if we could, it might actually be a separate org chart, I'm not sure, but just I'd like some very real clarity when I hear that a position has been vacant. Is this how realistic is this? Is it a position that's been vacant for 10 years? Is it, vacant and needed, actually needed in the last year because somebody retired? We have received some incredible requests tonight that I think a number of them are definitely needed. We have some very hard decisions to make. And for me personally, I need some context as to what was had, I would say, more recently, what is needed, and then in the last year, which positions have been filled, so that we're aware that some of these positions that we have supported are there. For example, I didn't know that there had been a management analyst hired in planning. That's helpful to know because that's additional support planning is already getting. The police officer positions, I think that we've said on a number of occasions that we support, additional positions, but how long have those been vacant? The fire inspector position, there's a number of them here. The deputy position has, community services had a deputy position before the PIO position. So just some context around these positions, what was there and what's being requested and what's already been added in the last year. And then just one other question around the police, the vehicles for the police. How many vehicles do they already have? How old are they? My understanding from the police vehicles is that they are all custom. So it would be good to know, similar to what I think staff did a great job on around the fire resolution. What is a typical cost for them? How often are they normally replaced? Something similar to that would be helpful because these cars are very expensive. Thank you.
And correct me, and only because I did a lot of reading this weekend, like a lot of us, was there, I just don't remember, maybe it's the hour, City Manager, was there a document that quantified a little bit more some of the vehicles, like their age? Because I know that's always been, council always wanted to know, kind of what's their miles, what's the year, or am I maybe forgetting it, was in another budget?
Page 419, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, if you have the page, I have it in front of me, so thank you.
Good. I just thought I had saw it, but I guess it was toward the end.
You did.
So I didn't remember it as well as I should. Okay, cool. I know that is helpful in going over there sometimes, but okay. So folks, I think we're going to do a stop at 9:30, and we're going to adjourn. Staff, all of you, want to thank you for being here. I know it's been a long day, and appreciate you sticking with us and being available for questions and presenting the budget for your division and department, as well as the enhancements. So, City Manager, anything else before we adjourn?
No, Council, and we will plan to address this at the remaining of these presentations on June 8th. It's worth noting that the screen up on the slide up on the screen presents the next 3 city council meetings on the budget June 8th, the first budget hearing, the second budget hearing on June 9th, and then final deliberation and adoption planned for June 22nd. With respect to the follow-up questions, we will attempt to answer all of those on or before June 8th. A number of the questions relate to sections of the budget book that we have yet to get to. And so I know that some of those questions are actually planned in the presentation for that. So we will leave those for that presentation. But the ones that relate to what we talked about today, we will absolutely attempt to provide an answer by June 8th. Thank you very much. Thank you to all the department heads. Thank you, Council, for your diligent attention. Good night.
Vice Mayor Medina? Yes.
Are we going to do a public comment tonight?
Well, yes, we should. Thank you, Mark.
And then just on this slide, it says 7 a.m. It's 7 p.m., right? Or is it? Or it better not be 7 a.m.
Unfortunately, that is a typo. It is 7.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Well, I'm very glad that the Vice Mayor asked that question prior to us getting there at 7 a.m. And thank you for, if there's anybody from the community, the public that wanted to speak on the operations or CIP budget, now would be the opportunity to do so.
And we will be meeting again, as was stated, at 7 p.m. on June 8th, so there's opportunities as well. Okay, seeing no hands, then we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting to the next regular San Diego City Council meeting, which will be held June 8th, 7 o'clock via Zoom. Everybody enjoy the rest of your evening.